Testing. Testing, testing, testing. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. This is the final day of the PLO Big Wrap, €2,350 buy-in, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We've got 16 players remaining, and still a few stars in this field, as you would expect. Chip counts here. If you were tuning in last night, you would have seen Manuel Silic. He is playing a whopping 146 big blinds. Actually, he's been moved to the outer table. My apologies. I don't see him there. We have Pavel. AI, because I refuse to call him all in, is back in the mix. Ivan with 76 bigs. Diana, who is Thomas Ribeiro's spouse, if I remember correctly. She is a fierce competitor. Nice to see the ladies getting so far. Such prestigious events. Over 100 grand for the winner. I do believe we have a guest with us today, all the way from Australia. He's a PLO cash game pro, a coach, and a bit of an expert, so he's going to help me in the booth today for the pot limit Omaha. Are you there, Ryan?
Yeah, I am. Hope you can hear me. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some fantastic action. We have, as you said, some amazing players.
In just a few moments. Cards are in the air anyway.
Yeah, maybe I wait for.
We're having just some small difficulties here, just getting our co-commentator in. But we do have Ryan Kett all the way from Australia, who is going to be helping us out today. Hope you're all very well. We've got action here at the first hand of the day. There's Omar Eljak. Ethan Hunt is all in with King, King, Jack, Jack. And Pavel with Ace, King, Queen, 10 from the small blind. And Iran from the hijack with Ace, Queen, 8, Deuce. The flop is Ace, Jack, 5. turn is the 6 of clubs. And now we have the river. River is the 4 of spades. And Ethan is going to take this one down. Really big spot there for him. 640k in the pot. Over 20 bigs he's playing now. And a good start to the day.
Dan, my friend.
There he is now. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, thank you for having me.
No problem at all, sir. I'm far from a PLO expert. I have done a good few PLO streams now, but it's nice to have someone who's bringing a bit of different knowledge to the table. Introduce yourself there. Tell us all about yourself, and we'll get you hooked up, and we can pick your brain a little bit today. Every day's a learning day. Class is in session. Cards are in the air. Delighted to have you with us. Let's go.
Yeah, beautiful. So I go by the name of Fitz. Been playing professionally for a while now and make coaching videos, primarily playing five cards, and been at the Kings this past week. It's been quite good. Haven't played too many tournaments, but I've played with a few of the players that are here at the moment, and I'm very much looking forward to learning a lot and seeing what we have in play.
Yeah, good stuff. They played till about 2 a.m. half 2, 3 a.m. at Kings last night, so hopefully they're all rested up and ready to go. Championship rounds, as I always say. 16 players remaining now, all chasing that title of over €100,000. And it's great to have you with us, Ryan, because I'm going to ask you some questions throughout the day about their strategy and what way they should be playing with 16 players remaining, because I've done some 10k PLO high rollers, and it seems like some guys really just want to gamble, and others are so ICM savvy, especially in the PLO realm with the 4 cards instead of 2. The variance so volatile. So what do you make of that? How they should be approaching this? Obviously their stack size dictates a lot. The bigger stack's going to be pounding on the smaller stacks, and the smaller stacks have to take their chances. But yesterday, one thing that was very apparent was how much chips were in play. There was one guy with over 300 big blinds.
Yeah, I think the thing about PLO is that in an ICM situation there is just so much happening. It becomes extremely complex, and we'll certainly run into some situations where we maybe see some pretty tight folds in spots where maybe in a cash game you might see a call off just because the ICM pressure is just so significant, and then also we will see the big stacks as well become able to basically run over the field quite a lot.
Okay, cool. I see Diana has the last of her biscuits over the line. It's a post-flop coin flip, basically, as we hit the turn with the 7 of spades. And the river giving her quadzilla. Quad ladies for the lady. Commentate on her for the World Series of Poker Europe, where she came second for a bracelet. I believe she was against Omar Eljak, or I think I might have the name wrong, but anyway, she fell short of the bracelet, but she played great at that FT. And she did a lot of what I was just talking about, really was so savvy of the ICM considerations, and I was like, surely she has to gamble here. She's got X amount of chips, and there was other people just getting themselves knocked out, and she found herself laddering up and laddering up. She was at a large deficit playing heads up, but she made so much extra money to even get to that point. She had to stack off with a flush, and she was beaten, but what I'm saying is she put herself in a position to get lucky there, heads up for a massive title and just falling short. So she's definitely one to watch out. I presume if you say you know a few of the names, that Thomas Ribeiro was in the field yesterday. I believe that's her spouse. So he is a very accomplished PLO player. So the two of them obviously studying and learning and traveling together. It's great to see.
Yeah, certainly. Also in the 5 card stream, we had Tomas and Omar playing, and for me, they were certainly the 2 best at the table in terms of their performance. So, especially Omar, I think is someone to look out for. He can make a lot of aggressive plays in spots where most players are not going to think he's capable.
Okay, yeah. It's one thing that's I always see with the better players of the PLO, they're just so more willing to use huge blockers. Like to use their blockers like with the A side blocking the nut flushes, etc. Where other players kind of they'd be more conservative in spots. It's just it's funny. You just see so many players like they're willing to gamble and they want to get it in, and then the others they're just more than willing to just sit back and let them destroy each other. Like I've just been saying, I keep on to repeat myself, but it just seems like that's the strategy. It's either one or the other. Mal Gadsby is saying, afternoon, Dan, looking forward to some PLO. So you play primarily 5 cards, and that plays even more variance ridden than the 4 card, I'd imagine.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a transition for sure to get used to it all, but I certainly enjoyed, and I think a few of the players here at Kings have really enjoyed the 5 card games, so it's been great. We have all in here as well.
Massive all in here. 3 ways, few sexy hands. AI has got Ace King Jack 10 double suited, Pavel with King Queen Queen 9, and Diana with Ace Queen 8 7 double suited. You're never too far behind in PLO, are you, Ryan?
Certainly not, certainly not.
Sometimes so many hands and cards on my screen, PLO coming out through your eyeballs. It'll be hard to keep up with the action. The turn usually defines a lot. The flop, not so much. $1.5 million in this pot, which is 50 bigs. 10, 8, 7, 2 hearts hits the flop.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. There's a lot going on here. The Jack 10 of hearts looking very nice on this one, but still only 54%. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. And now he's set to get a triple up, I guess. He's going to be playing over 2 million. There is the 7 of diamonds, but no, Diana gets there. And Ryan, that's a dangerous woman or player to be giving chips to.
100%. If she's anything like Tomas, then I'd be very scared of her, because Tomas is certainly a very scary player.
Yeah, fearless. So did you made the trip all the way from Australia just to come to Kings, or what was happening with you?
I was in Japan, actually. I was on a bit of a holiday, and I had a friend message me, and he said, let's go to Kings. I said, sure, why not? So it's been my first live trip here, and I've had a great time. I think it's been a lot of fun, met some fantastic people, and yeah, played some good games, so it's been great.
Good stuff. How was Japan?
Yeah, it was good. Cold. We went snowboarding. You ever been snowboarding before?
No. Some extreme sports. I call myself Action Man Dan, but I'm just a phony. I weigh about 265, like, so I need to get out there and do some more extreme sports for sure. Like there was one of the mods he wanted me to jump out of a plane with a Bay mask on and go swimming with some sharks and drive some supercars. And I was like, okay, all 3 of that sounds great, but I've yet to do any one of them. So, and then maybe on the list we should have some snowboarding. I fell through a 35-foot roof onto my head when I was like 17. So,
oh wow,
heights and extreme activities have always kind of eluded me, to tell the truth.
I think skydiving is great fun. You should definitely check it out.
I think what's going to happen there is, so I'm 34 now. By the time I'm 40, I'm just going to take off for a year and do it all at once. I could end up anywhere. I could end up doing anything. But yeah, I do obviously like adventure and traveling, and the idea of some extreme activity sounds cool. But I have to be careful because even the idea of mountain biking, I feel like I'm like Bowser in Mario Kart, just like too big for the vehicle. So, but Japan sounds nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We see a sizable 3-bet here, and all in, he has what is probably, and he ends up folding. So I think this is a good demonstration of the ICM that's in play here. Is that all in, his sort of got a few players below him that have less chips, and if he gets in this pot, you know, he does have a hand that would normally call a 3-bet, but I think, you know, as you sort of mentioned before, if you can sort of stick it out and not commit too many chips, then you can certainly earn your way up the ladder for some more prize money. And on a lot of flops there, you end up flopping a little piece, and it's difficult to know if you have enough equity, and obviously with ICM, you end up probably folding more equity than you would otherwise, so just a good demonstration there, I think, of the ICM pressure that the big stack can put on there as well.
Yeah, well said, Ryan. Also has to be taken into consideration that we're out of position also.
100%, and it becomes a lot more difficult to realize your equity, of course, out of position as well. And I'm sure that's something that Pavel considered.
See, I got mixed up there at the very start there because he's changed his name from yesterday. So yesterday he was playing as Manuel Selick.
Manuel,
familiar
okay.
with this guy?
No, I don't believe so, but yes.
He was steamrolling yesterday for the most part. Like, that's the guy I said who had 300 big blinds at one stage.
Wow.
So he's playing 4.5 million. So his strategy should be very different than one of the short stacks. That is an astonishing amount of chips to have with 16 remaining.
100%. You'd have to say, when you come into a situation like this and you have such a huge chip advantage, the expectation is that you're going to go very far, for sure.
Well, if he didn't make the final table, he'd be crying at the bar, I'd say.
I'd shout him a drink. You know?
Yeah, he used to be drinking. I'm saying, Mozzie says, good day, how many players are left? We started the day with 16. This is not the final table. We've got a long, action-packed day of poker for you PLO fans out there. And good afternoon to anyone tuning in, whether it be YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Welcome. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. And I have to mention a few times today, we've got a new clothing line. It's the Poker Face clothing line, and it is on the merchandise store. And it even has a mask sewn into the inside if you want to play poker or do some illegal activities, whatever's clever. But it looked like a really cool jumper, and there's like a hoodie, a hat, bag, tracksuit bottoms. So be sure to check that out. I do believe I put a link to that in the chat yesterday, but I'll do it again. And go ahead, Ryan.
So again, all in. Does have what is a pretty nice looking hand, but again, should he face aggression here from Diana? I think we'll just see a flat if she does decide to continue, but she can certainly put a lot of pressure on here. If she decides she just gives it up, she will get out of the way. She does appear to have more chips than Omar, and she could maybe think about getting a little bit, not out of line, but continuing wide there to put that pressure on. She does have that, of course, chip advantage, and she can apply a lot of that ICM pressure.
I presume you're familiar with Omar.
Yes, we've played a bit. We've played a bit this week, and yes, he's been very impressive, especially what I saw on the stream. He elects not to lead. Potentially a candidate to go for if he wanted to be a little bit aggressive, but I think he would just call the small bet. All in obviously having a lot of good backdoor equity to barrel on, and that is certainly one of the cards that he could consider continuing on. He does have a straight blocker, he doesn't have too much showdown value, and in PLO, when you bet the flop, one thing that makes a good turn bet is when you block hands that improve on the turn. So if in this instance, all in blocking the flush coming in on the turn could be a hand, or the flush draw I should say, could be a hand that he could consider to barrel, but it doesn't end up doing so. And now Omar, I think, it doesn't have a heart.
Expected to see him barrel on the turn there, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's Omar here. He's thinking about a bet. And I expect Olin to make the call here. His hand is fairly underwrapped. Omar didn't check raise the flop either, so it's kind of hard for him to have too many boats on this river.
I was just going to say it's a paired board, so do you think Omar is betting there because he would expect all in to barrel with a flush draw?
There's certainly some flush draws that can check back, but that is some part of it. And also, all in is going to be checking back with some of his like top pair, for instance, so it removes some of the trips. I'm a bit surprised Omar went for the bet there, because with 9-9 there is a decent chance that he's actually able to win at showdown. So maybe there was something going on with how Omar perceives. Maybe he has a live read or something like that. Otherwise, it doesn't really make too much sense there to bet when you have kind of good showdown value. You don't really have good blockers either with no heart. Yes, you have a deuce, but it's not really that relevant. So, interesting decision, but I'm also not going to question Omar because he is a fantastic player, and I'm sure if he makes a play like that, he's got a good reason to do so.
Well said again, Ryan. I was kind of saying, I've seen a few plays being made last night, and I'm like, who am I to question these players? But you've got to remember, like, decision fatigue can set in, especially at 2 a.m. at Kings when you've been playing for like 12 hours or whatever the case may be, a few days on end. You know, there's a lot of, not that there's not a lot of thought that goes into no limit hold'em, but there's so much going on with 4 cards instead of 2 as well, and it's just interesting. I would have expected to see Omar check that river also. So when he bets, I'm like, okay, why is he doing this instead of, oh my god, he's betting? I've tried to find the root cause. So yeah, maybe he had a live tell, or he thought he could get his opponent to fold a certain part of his range. It wasn't a value bet, like he's not
no.
Nines. No, do you know?
I agree 100%. You know, when you've been playing, it's been a long week, a lot of late nights. You know, you have a few drinks. You know, it's you can easily make plays that you wouldn't make otherwise.
Yeah, the drinking thing can be a problem, especially if you haven't seen friends in a long time, and you finish what is perceived to be relatively early, like midnight. Oh well, I'm not back until 2 o'clock tomorrow. You know, but you're not feeling too pretty then at 8 p.m. the following evening.
Of course not.
Being from Ireland, I know all too well about this kind of a situation. And €3 for a beer as well. You can't really go wrong at the King's Resort.
Certainly cannot. All in here, Alex to just check back. He's not flush drawn or overpower. The stack to pot ratio is relatively small. It's roughly 2, just under 2. And he does like to check back. And Omar here, he does have 2 pair, and also this board in particular, given he's in the small blinds, it's going to interact with him relatively well. In tournaments, it's a bit different to cash games. Cash games, your small blind range calling is very tight, but in tournaments you have the ante, people raise small, there's no rake, so your range is a lot wider. But still certainly a good board for Omar, especially after all-in checks back, and we're going to go to a river here.
The river coming up, trumps for AI. Were you going to say that Omar might have elected to get that hand in pre with the double suited?
I think, again, the ICM pressure, you often see a lot more passive pre-flop play, especially with the stack Omar is at, so I fully understandable to, I think, just call there. Especially facing the under the gun open as well, you're not looking at getting too much like fold equity, and his range is going to be quite strong. And of course, here all in here, going to be checking out a bet.
Yeah, it's just a better hand to see you flop with off that stack depth, right?
Yep. And Omar's going to lay it down very smartly. There's not really too many bluffs out there for all in to have. When the flush does get there, there's a lot of straights out there as well, so doesn't really have to think about it too long before he can just get rid of it.
Yeah, it's just a bad river. This, I don't know if you're familiar with AI. He's, I think I've seen him on a few final tables already this year. He's been on quite a heater. I don't have his exact results because I don't have his exact name. But he was confusing me loads because I was saying all in is all in, so I had to stop doing that. I don't think it was fair. But I assure you, it goes without saying, normally if it was a no limit hold'em and it was a small buy-in, I'd be dissecting all the players, hending mobbing them, etc. But in something like this, most players remaining are going to be very competent at the game of PLO. Especially with a 2k buy-in.
100%. And I think as well, you know, some of these players, they maybe play a lot more online than they do live, and then they don't have, you know, so many good tournament results, and it can be maybe misleading. You have a player who's very good, they don't have handed mob results, so excuse what you think, of course. For example, I think Philip has had a few big scores. He was in the tournament earlier, but he plays a lot online and is a great player as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just brings in all the big names, especially these 10k high rollers. But I mean, there's always some punters out there that love the action and just want to have fun, and that's what we're all about here. Also, one comment that was made a few times in the chat the last few days was that, like, they don't get hung up on the results anywhere near as much as No Limit Hold'em. A lot of the good players, they're very jovial. It's a nice atmosphere. It's relaxed. A lot of them, if they bust, they don't care. They're desensitized to the results. It's not their first rodeo. They'll have played. They could be just coming from a big cash game where they've lost more than winning this tournament would net them. So it's something to be taken into consideration.
I think as well, when you play 4 cards, and a lot of these players also play, you know, 5 card, even 6 card, if you can't handle the variance in Omaha tournaments, then you're going to have no hope with with those other games. So as we see the chip counts in front of us, MC, huge chip lead.
Yeah, he's got to half the chips in play at this feature table. rest following in his footsteps, diving with 61 bigs, Diana 48, and the rest below that 45, 38, 14, and Omar finds himself as the shortest stack, 7-handed here. So that must mean there is 14 players remaining. We've got 2 tables with 7.
So Omar here, he actually interestingly opts for a bigger size than what we've been seeing so far. Most players have been opening to around 70,000 chips, but here Omar open raising a bit more, and that's likely just because he's extremely short, so he just kind of wants to reduce or build the pot as much as possible so that on the flop he can realize his equity and get the money in, which is probably
going in.
Yeah, this is going to happen here, but MC, he does have quite a big piece here.
Yeah, I'd probably just donk jam.
And we will see Omar get all in here.
715k in the middle. Omar 57% equity against MC's 43% equity. Never too far ahead in pot limit Omaha. May the best man win. Yeah, he's just making a pop pre because he just wants to get it in on the flop. That's well said, Ryan. Also deters the weakest part of the range defending from the big blind, I guess. And denying equity is what this game's all about.
100%. I think with the stacks in play, MC is probably going nowhere with most of his range just because he can put that pressure on post-flop.
Turn is the ace of spades. Now Omar, 60%. To double up as we hit the river. River is a lady. 3 ladies, good enough for Omar to sit back down. Well, he didn't stand up. He's now playing 23 big blinds. Never in doubt. He didn't even get out of his chair, right?
Never in doubt. And you know what? It's good to see Omar still in the tournament because on the stream, the 5-card stream, he ordered the truffle gnocchi, which I must say is a fantastic choice. I've had maybe 10 servings of truffle gnocchi in the 7 days that I've been here. It's just too good to pass up.
What is it exactly?
It's like a dish with gnocchi and like beef strips and truffle, and it's beautiful.
Ooh. And that's at the cash tables.
Yes, and that's the restaurant as well. So they've got some fantastic food here for sure, and that is definitely the pick.
Okay, brilliant. I'll have to remember that the next time I'm over there. I was just at the free 24-hour buffet. That was all I was doing.
Did you try the cheesecake?
No, I've heard about the cheesecake and now I'm hearing about the beef strips, and I do like my food, so I'll have to sort this out now the next time I'm over there. But see, I was just commentating for the week, so I wasn't near any cash tables, so I wasn't really offered them kind of menus. And the place was packed, so not that we were relegated, we were well looked after, but it's just we had to stay in our lane that time because there's just so many high rollers in the building. But yeah, I heard even Elkie commentating on how nice the cheesecake was. So if there's a common denominator and someone you hear the same food being requested to eat by a few different people, then that's what you go for when you have the menu in front of you. You don't stray away and pick something else.
Omar here, having a bit of a think. as well.
Sounds good, buddy. And Eaton going to take it down with the aces.
Again, it's a bit of a demonstration of the ICM pressure there. Omar, even though he did double up, he's still quite short, and those chips are extremely valuable. And also having, unsuited ace when you get 3-bet in 4-card is just very detrimental to your equity. Because a lot of the time, your opponent is going to have a suited ace and potentially be dominating your flush draw. So Omar smartly lays it down there.
And is it you said you're a PLO coach, or you do 5-card mostly? But
Yes.
Is it hard for them to study these kind of spots in an ICM situation? Like, you put that into a GTO solver, similar way you would with a no limit hold'em. Don't really talk too much about solvers on this channel if you want to know the truth, because it's just these two bizarre things. But because this is more upper echelon of clientele playing, and it's a different game, I said I'd ask. Like, they're obviously very savvy about these ICM spots. So at what point is that, like, they don't want to let that take over their decision completely when they're trying to get these titles? There's a lot of players that are like top tier that are just, don't ignore ICM fully, but it's not their main concern, shall I say.
Yeah, ICM in Omaha, like, from my understanding, it's even possible to do a lot of study with no limit solvers in conjunction with Omaha solvers, just because it's such a complex situation. You add an extra 2 cards to the situation. It's chaos, and I think a lot of these players, they have a lot of experience in these spots, and they're kind of using just more logic and reasoning from their experience rather than sort of, I think, analyzing every spot when they get home in particular situations. It's just too complicated to do that, I think.
Yeah, because it's just such a crazy game. There's just so much more variables, and I don't know enough about it really, but I wouldn't imagine that they're just going home and going straight to the computer and cramming. I think they do a lot of their study at the table, if you know what I'm saying.
I certainly do, and I'm gonna... Wow! 7 on the turn, giving MC bottom set, or middle set I should say, or bottom set, yes.
Bottom set against the straight.
This is going in.
Well, how good is the bottom set in this situation? Seems like it shrivels up considerably on that kind of a board.
Well, when you have the flush draw and the straight draw, you can't go too wrong. But unfortunately, MC is getting crushed here.
Yeah.
It's a brutal spot, and that's just Omaha for you. You have gut shot, second off flush draw, bottom set, and you have 20%.
This is a very good illustration of what we were talking about earlier. There is 1.225 million in the middle, and Eaton set to double up and some. There is the 9 of diamonds, and that will
Brutal.
eliminate Eaton on. Oh my god. I'm so sick. Whoa. Sometimes you can do everything in your power, but I'm telling you, this MC guy has been running over the table last night. Now, there was 1 or 2 spots where he made some tight folds. I'd have to show you the hand, obviously, but a top set of kings springs to mind. Nedelku is still in the field as well. You know, Narcissus online on Poker Stars. Not sure if you're too familiar with him, but he is a sicko. He was battling with this man last night, late into the morning. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do with all them chips, Ryan.
Yeah, it's certainly always good knowing that you have some very strong competitors in a field like this, because you can't, as I said before, there's so many unique situations in these very late stages of tournaments that the best players, really, the ones that can think on the fly and adapt the most, are going to be the ones that have the most success. And that's part of what, you know, poker's all about, is having that good intuition, and we've certainly got some fantastic players to demonstrate that here.
Yeah, you're going to see the same sort of faces at Kings. The cream will always rise to the top, but there's always some sickos left in the field when it's the last two tables, just the way it is, especially with a 2K buy-in.
Yeah, there's always some Scandi bloke around the corner to take your chips. That's what I've learned at this.
Did you play some of the big cash games, or
Yeah,
how
played
high did you go?
we played 50-50, 50-51. I was gonna hop on stream as well, but ended up doing the commentary. Had a bit too much fun with that, so we didn't do that. But I think there were some bigger games happening whilst I was having a snooze. I heard there was a 100, 200, 400, 800 happening at about 7 o'clock in the morning a few days back.
Oh, God.
Fortunately, well, maybe fortunately as well, I was not awake, but I can imagine that would have been some big pots there.
Well, I hope you brought your purse or your man satchel for them kind of games. Nice little there's always a surprise around the corner at Kings, and to go from Japan to Kings is pretty dope move, I think. You won't regret it anyway. A nice tail end to your trip, or are you going anywhere afterwards?
No, back home just to chill, relax, and then we'll see what happens, you know? You never know where you might end up, and Omar here going to let go top pair, facing the donk.
Yeah, with some backdoors as well, backdoor spade draw, backdoor straight draw. Does he just not have enough chips to withstand the pressure there?
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's thinking. There's a lot of turn cards for his hand that he's facing. If he faces another bet on the turn, he's not doing all that well, and decides just basically to let it go. And I think, you know, if you think your opponent is, when he donks, if you think he's very strong and you think that he's gonna barrel the turn very often in that spot, I think it makes a lot of sense to let it go and save yourself some chips. Yes, okay, in theory, in a cash game, maybe you have a call, of course, but again, tournament situations where your chips are so valuable, I think it's a smart play there from Omar.
Yeah, maybe that's a good illustration there, where you would see a lesser opponent just decide he wants to see a turn there, even if he does have like 20 bigs or less to start the hand. Actually, he's less than that. He had 13 on the leaderboard the last time. It's just if he had more chips, perhaps he would see a turn card, like if he had a stack like MC's. But if he's going to be facing another barrel, then he just needs to let it go. So I think what you said there is pretty good. But so if it's a situation where he thinks his opponent is going to check on the turn or over check on the turn, then he can comfortably call on the flop. But because he's going to be faced with significant pressure a large percentage of the time, he's just deciding to let it go on the flop here and now.
Yeah, and I think that part of that is also understanding who you're playing against. And, you know, some players are very capable of having sort of, I guess, bluffs, you might say, on the flop, where they don't really have all that much going for them, but they decide to lead, and then on the turn they'll give up. Whereas a lot of other players, when they donk the flop, they don't have those bluffs. Their range is a lot stronger, and therefore you're going to face a lot more bets on the turn. So perhaps that's what Omar was thinking there, as he does turn the straight, top pair, flush draw, diamond blocker. Should I keep going, or?
Yeah, keep going. He's got 88% equity. That's the easiest way for me to describe it. Wow, like he really has it sewn up here.
Yep.
Problem is though, when you've got it sewn up, a lot of the times your opponents don't have anything. So good luck trying to get value the majority of the time there.
Yeah, especially when both players check there as well, in position on you. It's hard to get value on the turn on an ace-high board. Not too many aces are going to be checking from the initial open raiser, so he ends up betting pretty small as well. I think around 9,000 into 2,500. So again, realizing that he doesn't have a spot where he's likely to get called, and so he just tries to entice with a bit of small sizings, but unfortunately no bite.
Yeah, well, at least he's over the 20 big blind zone again, in or around that stack depth anyway.
All the time in the chat, thank you very much. Came in for some poker and the best commentators. Damn.
Thank you very much for your comments. Always like to see them ones rolling in. Usually they happen later on in the evening. So nice to have you with us all the time.
Do you have a favorite comment that you've ever read in the chat?
Off the top of my head, no, it would always derive from something funny that had happened that would, like, later on, so if an incident happened and then the people were discussing it, and then I would say I'd have some sort of a zinger, and then someone would come up with something better or something around that area, or it might get rehashed like an hour later. They would be the things that would make me laugh, especially when it's been like 10, 11, 12 hours on stream. So off the top of my head, I can't think of the exact comment would be, and if I was to say it, then it would probably make no sense in this context. So,
of course. There used to be,
but,
when I would stream occasionally, there was this one guy that would always come in and ask, like, if I would kiss this person to save the world or something like this, or would I rather kiss this guy or something, I don't know, something like this. It was always good fun, you know.
If someone asked me, would I have sex with my father to save my mother's life? You know,
I can't even answer that.
I probably shouldn't even say that. Like, yeah, questions like that. There are some comments that come in that obviously I'll pretty much say 90 to 95% of things. It depends what kind of stream it is or what's happening. The more the chat gets behind it, the more fun it makes the environment. Sometimes you just have to concentrate on the poker, especially if we're like five-handed at an FT and the pay jumps are huge. Sometimes you can get carried away, but other times the poker can be a bit dead, the action is lulling, and then the chat's lulling also, so it's great when people start chiming in and popping off. I have some amazing moderators here. Some of them come and go, but they're really great at making sure the language stays at English, and they're great at ciphering out all the bullshit, so that's very helpful. Without that, the stream wouldn't flow as smoothly as it does.
Shout out to the mods.
Shout out to the mods. And for the most part, I do all of this on my own, and I ride solo. I just keep showing up. Sometimes it's better to have a co-commentator, especially today. This is pretty helpful. So yeah, it's just like I just keep driving the bus, Ryan, and keep showing up. Never miss a stream. Nice to have you with us.
Yeah, it's good to be here. My flight's tomorrow, so I wasn't. My decision was either go to Munich today or sort of tomorrow, and I thought, you know what, we'll just jump in the booth, have a bit of fun, enjoy the last day here, and it's good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, fair play to you. I think obviously I'm not over there, but if it's Monday, there is usually a party in Soptic. You probably heard about this. It's like a stone's throw away from Kings. You could walk it in like 3 minutes. They open on Monday nights. Usually it's like a players' party situation.
I see.
So if you're feeling frisky, that'll start around midnight and go on till around 5 or 6 in the morning. I could have all this wrong. It mightn't even open until the summer, but that's what I was told, that's where they have their players' party every week.
Well, I haven't heard anything about it, so maybe it's not happening, or maybe just no one wants me there. It's hard to know which, but it's one of the two.
Once it's all said and done in the PLO event and we've crowned yet one of these players as your champion, you'll find them at the bar and then you'll know from there what's happening. MC taking down another one now, playing close to 5.5 million. He's playing the guts of 200 pigs.
Just pumping it in. Omar did also limp the button, which, in cash games, I think I'd be very surprised to see a player like Omar limp, but in tournaments, when you're sort of in the cutoff on the button, as you get shorter stacked, limping certainly becomes very viable with a hand that Omar had, ace 883. He doesn't have a hand that is an amazing raise, but he certainly wants to see a flop. There's a lot of chips in there. You're in position. So limping is certainly a good part of the strategy there. And all in again. He's got a nice hand here. Ace, Queen, Jack, 4.
Yeah, so the strategy of limping on the button is just to try see a flop cheaply, obviously.
Pretty much. And also, when you're in position, you benefit from having a bigger stack to pot ratio, having more money behind. So that also helps when you limp. There's going to be less money in the middle. You also can't get 3-bets as well. Yes, okay, you can get raised, but there will be less chips. So it's part of the strategy in tournaments there, is to be limping a bit.
I'll ask you after this hand what kind of hands you want to be doing that with in PLO. I'll get out pen and paper today, Ryan. I'd say. Dropping some knowledge bombs.
So we have a wrap, the non-nut wrap for MC. Ivan here, he flops a good piece too, and he's going to lead as well.
So the non-nut wrap here is when we are open-ended, both sides of it, and we block the higher end of the straight, is it?
Well, there's a higher wrap out there, so the 9-7-6 would be the nut wrap here. And
yes, of course.
MC could be thinking about a raise here. But he's just going to call. And MC going to be making the straight. Ivan, he has a good hand to barrel with here. Blocks the straight. Doesn't have much showdown value. There's no flush draw out there. He's going to fire, but not too big. And MC, he doesn't have the nut straight. but he still has a very strong hand. And facing a small bet, he could feel that maybe Ivan is a little bit weak here.
He blocks his opponent having the higher straight, right?
Yeah, of course, of course. With that 6.
Blocker's so important in this game.
He's gonna flat.
800k in the pot now as he hit the river.
So Ivan here, he just checks it.
That's a bad card for him to keep barreling when it pairs the board.
Yeah, certainly when someone calls you on a straight board and the top card pairs in 4 card, it's not a very good card for your range. And that's probably why he decided against bluffing the river there.
Surprise, surprise, MC wins another pot. A force to be reckoned with.
I must say, Ivan has got a very nice Liverpool sweater on. I wonder where he got that.
Support Liverpool, I'm assuming.
Yes, big Liverpool supporter. Everyone
Nice.
in the casino had to endure me watching the game the other day in the middle of the cash game tables.
Oh yeah.
Well, I try not to be too loud.
Screens.
Yeah, yep. I try not to celebrate too much, but
Got to get your kicks while you can. As the blinds go up, 20k is now the small blind, 40k is now the big blind, with a 40k running big blind ante. 20, 40, 40. That'll put significant pressure on the shorter stacks and enable stacks like MC to go a little bit more wild if he so wishes to do so.
MC there just folded 9988 if I'm not mistaken, which seems very tight given the stacks in play and he's in position.
That got something got to do with opening into Omar.
Well, Omar, he's not got all that many chips, so he's certainly capable of opening reasonably wide. We saw their Queen 10, 8-6 single suited from middle position, so it's not like his range is obscenely tight. So I think perhaps MC could have taken a bit more advantage there.
Yeah, it's like I just said. Well, the bigger stacks can go more ham, and then he just folds. It's like making a liar out of me.
He heard what you said, and then he just wanted to prove you wrong, you know?
Yeah. Well, you're closer to him there now. You could go out and have a word. If you shout loudly enough, he might be able to hear you. Put on a Liverpool game there and see what happens. It is great being in the booth, though. You come out, sometimes you're like, okay, where am I? And you're like, oh, there's the table right there. Padded cell, I was calling it.
It is a bit of a padded cell, isn't it? Have you been in this booth before? It's just, I mean, obviously no one else has been in here. It's just like a tiny booth with padded, spiky foam everywhere.
Yeah, it's cool. I was over we were last minute there, got 5 days notice to come over for the World Series of Poker Europe the first week. So that was a great experience. And it was a lot of fun, loads of fun. Our days didn't seem to be too long as well. The players were punting and there was loads of action. I had my friend with me, had a co-commentator, so it was all groovy. We just came, we saw, we conquered. It didn't go too mad. Like I said, it went to that one thing on the Monday night, but I left after like an hour. I had to be home by 2. So I was trying to stay away from the bar as much as possible. Because I did go to the wellness centre a couple of days, which is fantastic, which I recommend to everyone trying out if they're there. But it was having the opposite effect on me. It was making me too relaxed. I was nearly falling asleep in the boot one of the days, and I hadn't even been that long of a day. Between that, and not sleeping too well after traveling and stuff, and then the buffet really done the damage. We pick up the action here. AI is betting 80k. Ace, queen, queen, jack. And Iran, who had a lot of chips yesterday, Ryan. Very competent player also. Playing over 1 million. But he did have loads. Like he had about... don't know how much blinds he had, but it was him and MC run the show. I think he got moved table then. But he is back and wants to play for it here with his middle set.
It's a tough spot here as well. All in, or AI, I should say. He getting check racer. He has overpower top pair, not gut shots. He's just gonna let it go. Sensible move, I think. He was as well covered, if I'm not mistaken, by 1 blinds, which is certainly going to have a bit of an impact on his decision. And
yeah, there is pay jumps to be very wary about. Normally, in the top right-hand corner of the screen, we have the info of how many players are remaining and what the average stack is. And I have the payouts in the chat, but they're not pinned because one of the moderators had them pinned yesterday, but I don't see them there today. Oh, they are there. Nightball has put them in. Excellent. But what I'm saying is I don't know exactly how many's left, but it was 2 tables of 7, so I would reckon there is either 14 or 13 players remaining. So there might be a pay jump there, right, from 14th to 13th place to take into consideration of about €1,000.
Yep. I think when I came into the booth, it was 14, and then we saw a bust out. That brutal bust out, of course.
Oh, that was a brutal bust out. Yeah, perhaps we're looking at pay jump from 12th to 11th. Which would be over 1,000.
Yeah, something around that.
It's like full half a buy-in. Or half full buy-in, whatever way you want to put it.
And AI here. Nice flop for him. Flopping bottom set. Gets a little bit frisky, I would say, from under the gun, given his stack size and ICM considerations, but it doesn't matter.
You're getting shorter-handed now, you see.
Yes. And I suppose none of that matters if you flop bottom set.
Bottom set, not the strongest in Omaha, but it's going to be good on when you're opening hands like Ace Jack 4-4. I would have thought now that was a bit of a loose open.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. Again, with ICM in consideration, but as you said, some players, maybe it's just about the first place, and they just want the glory. In which case, being a bit looser can pay off.
Well, you see, some of them games you were in the other day, you're going to have players in for over 100 grand at some stakes, I'd imagine, especially the biggest ones you were talking about. So you don't know how stuck people are. You don't know how much money they've lost this week. You don't know how much money they've won this week. So maybe they're not caring about the 1k payout, considering that was becoming about the size of a straddle in some of these games. Or the 1k pay jump.
Yeah, 100%. always got to keep that in mind when you're on a trip like this. How much is the person I'm playing against up or down? And Diana here, just calling in the cutoff. Again, mentioned before, this is certainly a viable strategy as you get quite shallow. It's not so much a thing from the earlier positions.
That was going to be my question after that hand. I was saying, are these the kind of hands you want to be limping with from, say, the button is what I was going to ask, but she's doing this from the cutoff, so there's obviously merit to both.
Yeah, generally you want to use hands that don't necessarily function the best when they get 3-bet. So we saw Omar limp ace 8-8-3 single-suited on the button before. It's a hand that is going to do very poorly if you raise and then face a 3-bet. You have a lot of difficult decisions pre-flop, but then if you call also on the flop, so it makes sense to limp. And I think Diana's hand also constitutes a similar spot, but she's going to lay it down, in fact, versus Omar's raise. She's not willing to risk those chips, especially Omar. He's committed here, so could potentially see a pay jump.
This is a very nice hand for Iran to run this. I would think he probably just calls pre though.
Yeah, you would have to imagine, but that's going to be the case. And that's what he does. So Omar here, he's about half pot behind.
There's not many boards he's just going to check fold on. I would say very few.
Yep. And the money is going to go in.
40. For Omar's tournament life here, it's just shy of $1 million in the middle up for grabs. He ran Jack 9, 7, 6, and Omar with the ace 10, 10, 9. Usually, it's going to go all in. It's always most issue a coin flip on these flops when we get the money over the line. Iran is about a 10% favorite. Turn is the 10. Omar likes that one. Omar coming, yo. River is the jack of clubs. Music for Omar's ears. Fan of the wire, are you, Ryan?
I am. I was gonna ask, was that a wire reference?
Yeah, most certainly was. Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I need to use that in just a regular conversation. If I have a friend that's named Omar, you know.
Yeah. We could put a bit of a spin on things, make some more poker references, but yeah. I don't think he's the kind of geezer who's going to have a shotgun with him at the table, but maybe he doesn't need to with his poker accolades. The dude wins everything. You think he's enough barrels and enough guns? He's certainly not shy.
I think perhaps there was a triple up.
Yeah.
On the other table.
Or triple up on the other table. Well, with 6 at this table, that would indicate that there's 6 at the outer table, so we have 12 players remaining now. That means, yeah, I was correct. That pay jump is looming of about €1,100. That's the difference between 12th and 11th. I'm not sure if we go. I'm pretty sure we go 9-handed to the FT in PLO as well, even though that's basically using all the cards in the deck. Do you prefer it when it's shorter handed, or do you don't mind when it's 8 or 9-handed, Ryan, if you're playing yourself?
I prefer short-handed. You know, you can play my hands. Games goes quicker. I'll never understand people that don't want to sit like short-handed. If like that's the only reason, then
yeah. Once you've 5 or 6, you're good to go, right? I mean, 4 and 3, it can be you're paying a lot of blinds, etc.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And here, MC, just gonna let it go. But yeah, of course, short-handed, playing a lot of hands, can get a bit frisky, that's for sure.
Yeah, but again, if you've got a stack like MC's, that's where you can shine the most. We have been having some epic streams here lately, Ryan. Now, 2 cards instead of 4, the usual. There's only have the PLO a couple of times a year, you know. But I had a 15-hour stream there last Monday. It was the Italian poker sport. There was nearly 5,000 entries. Not sure if you were in the building around that time. But €208,000 for the winner from a €380 buy-in.
Wow.
It was absolute carnage. But then the carnage, once we got about 5-handed, it just slowed down so considerably, and the heads-up battle went on for so long that the old man Biagio from Italy was basically falling asleep into his cards. It was terrible. And then he finally got a beer and a Red Bull, and I'm like, dude, you should have done that 3 hours ago. He was a 10-1. It was about 220 million in chips playing 20, so about a 10-1 deficit, 11-1 deficit, and the Israeli came back and won.
Oh wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, it was, yeah. I felt so sorry for Biagio. There's an 80 grand difference between first and second. But hey, it's championship rounds, he remained composed. He just kept doubling up. He had his opponent on the ropes and kept pounding away to the point where Biagio just like wanted to get it in to gamble and lose potentially. Like the heads-up battle was going on for 3, maybe 4 hours. So that was absolute scenes. Loads of action last Monday, loads of action today, of course. If you're just tuning in, it's the Big Rap 2K PLO main event. And we've got action here. Ryan, Omar with the Ace Jack 8 and MC with the Ace King Jack Deuce, double suited.
Yeah, MC trying to utilize that big stack to put a bit of pressure on Omar, but unfortunately running into the wrong spots.
Yeah, that deuce isn't great, is it?
Deuce is not great, but the good thing is that he is double suited. And he's getting a pretty decent price here.
And probably one of the most important factors is he can well afford it.
100%. And he is going to stick the money in.
We've got a 2 million chip pot here all of a sudden. Bing, bang, boom. Just like that. 50 bigs in the middle up for grabs this time. Lots of action happening today, folks. MC just 33%. This is a massive moment, Ryan, for Omar if he can hold here. Let's see what happens. 5-10-3. It's a pretty good start. Turn is the queen of clubs. Oh.
MC, it's got a lot out here.
6 of diamonds isn't one of them. Omar now playing over 50 bigs. Omar coming, yo. I can't say it too many times. It'll be washed up on a beach somewhere in Australia. What part of Australia are you from, mate?
I'm from Melbourne, so can't say the beaches are all that amazing. So it's probably where that would wash up, you know, somewhere in Melbourne.
Cool. I've a confession to make. I've still never been outside of Europe, which is a bit pathetic at 34, but that's just the way it's gone down.
Well,
the pandemic, and I was living in Berlin for nearly 2 years and Glasgow for nearly 2 years, and then I had to move home. I was living in Galway, a place in Ireland, for nearly 10 years as well. So it's not like I didn't flee the nest, but I had to come home with my tail between my legs there around the start of the pandemic.
Well, at least you can get around pretty easy to different places being in Europe. In Australia, it's not so easy, as you can imagine. I think...
No, if you're going to go somewhere, you want to be going for more than a week anyway.
Yeah, 100%. I think, apart from New Zealand, which is obviously very similar to Australia, the nearest place you can go is Indonesia, and from Melbourne that's like a 6-7 hour plane.
Yeah, because like you're at Kings, you're only an hour and a half away from Prague, but then you're only 3 hours away from Berlin. You can go to about 10 countries from there. Like,
yeah, it's very easy.
Center of Europe. This is where things get hairy for me, Ryan. There's just so many cards on the screen already. We haven't even seen the flop. 4-way action.
It's all in. Flopping in on flush draw. Don't I just gotta check it as well.
Diana with an overpair. Although I don't know how good an overpair is on a board like this, multi-way. It's basically nothing.
And all in, just gonna pot it, commit himself, and it's not a bad decision given the fact that he's gonna get Omar to fold. A lot of equity there. Of course, all in, he has enough flush draw. He knows his equity is going to be decent if he gets it in, but doesn't have any showdown value. So potting there, committing himself, looks very strong, and Omar folding off was quite a decent hand. So well played.
It's just a really nice pickup for AI there, uncontested.
Especially when you're so short stacked, you got to feel good when you pick up those pots like that, uncontested, as you mentioned. But Omar, again. Wow.
That's a sexy hand. He says 10-9 double suited.
And he's just going to limp it.
Okay, see, there is another spot now. I wouldn't expect him to limp that one, especially now that he's got chips.
Yeah, it is a little bit surprising, but of course, if you do limp, it does make sense to have some hands in there that you can come over the top with. And I think he's banking on someone doing that, and this may be the case here. Aaron has quite a strong hand. You have to think that there's a lot of money in the middle, and he is going to pot it by the looks of it.
Yeah, multi-way, like he just wants to thin out the field as well with a hand like ace, king, queen A here. See, this is why Omar does the limp, so he's able to do stuff like this.
And Aaron, smart play, lays it down.
Omar, he's basically part of the furniture at this stage. Love commentating on this man's play.
I was very impressed with his play at the 5-card stream the other night. Took some really aggressive lines where I think a lot of the other players at the table might not have found them. And when you play Omaha, it's not just about sitting back and, you know, trying to make a strong hand. You need to be able to pick your spots, know when to be aggressive, and choosing the right hands to do so, and he's certainly capable of doing that.
Yeah, he's staying active here. The king, king, queen A. MC with a double suit with Jack 10, 5, 3. Jack 9, 4. 2 spades, 1 club. Check from AI. This is somewhat of a protection forward / value bet, is it right?
I think it's a bit of everything. When you see a check from your opponent in a spot like this, in my experience, you can certainly look to be very aggressive, and especially given the stack sizes in play, MC can put a lot of pressure on. Even though he might not have the best hand right now, he does have that backdoor flush draw, and also backdoor straight draw, which he is going to turn here.
Deuce of diamonds, I think it's just better for MC to bet the flop in general anyway. It's like, there's just way more merits to betting than checking when it's checked to us.
And again, when you do turn additional equity, you definitely like to barrel in PLO, because it blocks your opponent from improving. And also here, the deuce of diamonds in general is just a complete brick. It's not going to improve AI's under the gun open raising range significantly. And MC going for a relatively large bets as well to put that pressure on. And if he does call, he has the option basically to just put AI all in. To put all in maybe. I didn't say it, now I say it. Yeah, I see what you mean.
I was confused. People were getting confused. I was confusing myself, and he was confusing everyone. So The game is confusing enough as it is. At times, for sure.
Well, we're seeing it all in here.
I wasn't expecting to see this either. Now he's just going to have to fold, I would imagine, for a million more. Or does he have too much equity?
I think it depends what MC thinks AI is capable of here, because, like you say, you wouldn't expect him to shove this hand, so MC perhaps thinking that AI's range is quite strong here, and that is what he thinks. Ends up laying down pretty strong hand, so AI, he came here to play. I don't think he's too bothered about the pay jumps. I think he wants the glory.
Yeah, that confirms what I was saying earlier about certain players not caring about 1k pay jumps, etc. He needed about, so he's getting 2-1, so I needed 33% equity to make that call profitable. I feel like he should have thought about it for a little bit longer before releasing. But if he thinks AI's range is going to be pretty strong when he check jams that turn, then he's probably not getting the right odds, because he would need 33%. Like, it's easy for us to say and see, because we can see he had 46% equity there. A close spot nonetheless.
Yeah, I think you said it pretty well there. I imagine the reason why he's folding is just because the range AI is showing up there with, should be, if he's playing the pay jumps, should be very, very strong. And probably was anticipating that, but as we know from seeing the cards, AI is not too worried about that. And, you know, you got to respect the man for just wanting to get first, because it's not always about the money, and also in a situation like that, you can see as well how advantageous it can be, given the perceived ranges. You know, everyone anticipates you to play a very nitty passive style because of the stack sizes, and so if you start being aggressive, you get the respect. And sometimes it can work in your favor, as we just saw.
This is a nice looking hand here from Iran. King 7-6-4 double suited against Omar's ace king 10-7. Stack to pot ratio almost 1-to-1. Not the greatest of boards for Iran here, even if he does have top pair. He's looking a bit browned off, Ryan, because he had so much chips yesterday. It can be so disheartening when things aren't going your way.
Yeah, you can't blame the man for being a little bit on tilt, if that is the case. But as we saw with Omar, you know, it takes only a few hands, and all of a sudden you're back up there. So, is this a spot he's going to take, is the question. His equity isn't looking good, but he does have top pair. It's really not that much money behind.
I would expect to see him fold here. but it depends how he's feeling. My initial thoughts were he's just going to fold, even if he does have top pair, just as such a bad kicker.
I think it's going to fold. Kind of safe there. Again, as you get closer and closer to busting, your chips become more and more valuable. And it's probably a big part of his decision making there.
So, update of the chip counts, folks. MC still over 100 bigs. Omar now in second place with 61. AI with 49. Ivan with 29. Diana with 25. And Iran is your shortest stack, playing just 12 big blinds. Just look at those beautiful, vibrant graphics in the background. Production team at Kings going above and beyond, day in, day out, for the fans' viewing pleasure. So much action here, Ryan, in their first hour and a half. We haven't even got to the first break yet. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, there's certainly been some very interesting decisions as we've seen, and some brutal spots as well with the first bust out. That was gross. You hate to be on the end of those ones.
Yeah, it was like one of my first things I was saying today was like, you know, they know what they're signing up for. People so used to the volatile variance in knowing him hold them. It's like, oh, is that not enough for you? Okay, we'll add 2 more cards. There you go. Figure it out. There's your chips. See you later. Right this way, sir. Or madame, of course.
Ivan checks very quickly because he's not flush draw. Somewhat surprising. MC just going to check the 9 as well. And Omar will check it back. He's got nothing really going for him.
Interesting that MC will win a showdown. His trips. Time to try get some value.
So,
I wouldn't be shocked to see him call here, right?
Yeah, his hand is pretty underwrapped. I think I was a bit surprised that he didn't bet the turn, just because being that big stack, you can apply a lot of pressure, and not only do you want to have sort of your bluffs in there, you also want to have hands like this as well. And AI might just think MC is trying to just buy the pot here.
Yeah, busted clubs, busted hearts, busted straight draws. That equals a lot of hands, really.
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes you just gotta pay the man.
Yeah, it's certainly a reasonable spot to call that. And we know AI has no slouch when it comes to committing chips, so I think a good read on your part, assuming that he's going to call.
I've seen him. I believe he was calling himself Virus last year, unless that's a different player. There's about 10 regular faces all the time at Kings. It's hard to remember them all, but I've seen. I know his face. Like I've had him at the feature table. He's had loads of scores at Kings. He is viable. He will, if he feels like he can get his opponent to fold a hand, he's capable of being super aggressive. I've also seen him be very tight in a few spots. So it just depends on his mood. He seems like he's very much a field player, if I had to put it in a sentence. But you know yourself, Ryan, the way someone played in 2023 is not the same way they're going to play in 2024. It just depends. Game's always evolving. That means the players are always evolving. Some go backwards, but the majority are learning at a rapid rate.
New year, new me.
Say that then, and then you punt off a stack in a 5-card game. You're like, I thought this was going to be changed now.
Yeah, I did punt off.
I
did punt off a few stacks. Actually, yeah. Well, I punted one off to Duarte in the 50-50 game, and I said the next day, I said no more. I said, I promise no more punting to you. And he said, yep.
Amanda needs no introduction. I was commentating on them last year, Ryan. They were playing 5-card. The reruns are on the Kings page. You had Lena in that game as well. Duarte. Get up the names. A few other sickos. And yeah, that got very splashy, to say the least. Some of them cash games are super fun to watch and commentate on. I will say there was some hands in that 5-card. I don't know what they're going to do next. It's like I'm not supposed to. I don't think. Sometimes I don't think they know what they want to do. They just want to gamble, and that's that. Like, so just take strategy and solvers and anything you think you might know or have learned out the window. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we have an all-in from Iran with aces on the King 7-3.
Omar just clicks it back as well, just to push out the player behind, and we're going to get this in.
That works out well enough for Omar. It's like less than a fifth of his chips to click it back and go heads up with 44% equity. I don't feel too confident for the aces here for some reason. Just shy of 30 bigs in the middle. Turn is the jack of clubs. And now it's a coin flip on the turn. Whatever is the 6 of hearts. The aces survive. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes.
Well, Aaron there, you saw him fold the king top pair before against Omar. Decided not to take the spot, and then his patience paid off. Now he's up to almost 30 big blinds. He's got a bit of a smile on his face as well.
Yeah, what a difference a hand can make sometimes. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You can see players that are pretty deep in Omaha, but suddenly it's not so hard to get your chips in, even if it is pot limit.
No, not at this stack size, 100%. There'll also being the ante as well. There's just so much chips in the middle. You can play so many more hands, even though there are ICM considerations.
And it can't be said enough, like, how familiar all remaining players will be with each other's games. Not every player, but the majority. You know, they've played so many hands together in the past, and in the cash games we keep mentioning. So it is just another day in the office for the most part. Though they all will be chasing that title and the glory. Who doesn't want to be the big rap PLO main event champion? A nice one to add to your trophy cabinet at home.
100%. Aaron here also interestingly chooses a slightly bigger sizing than we've been seeing most players use. Perhaps it's because he is in under the gun, or perhaps it's maybe indicative of his hand strength. We'll have to wait and see, of course.
These limps look scary to me because when I see them, they tend to come over the top when someone else bumps it up from whatever position. That's their strategy, to get someone to raise so they can go over the top. So the more I see that, the more wary I'd be of it. But that's just a caveat from my perspective. It's not. Obviously, they have a balanced range of when they're going to come over the top and hands they just want to see the flop with. But it is something to take into consideration, I feel. I don't think he put his cards in correctly, so. And now he's in the dark.
It's nice to have a good sweat once in a while.
Well, the system was down the other day for the 10k PLO Diamond High Roller, and I had my work cut out for me. There was a lot of mystery cards and contenders. A few Ghost Malones. But we got there in the end. So you just check all the way down to the river. And it's interesting to me that King High wins. Oh, sorry, Willie Jacks.
He doesn't like to fire on the river, assuming he didn't have maybe 10s or 9s, probably unlikely, so probably have like ace high.
Yeah.
Doesn't elect to fire though, and we're getting a table change of some description.
Well, if he's getting moved, that means we have had an elimination at the outer table, which means we have 11 players remaining, which means they're all guaranteed €9,260, which also means that we are 2 eliminations away from the final table. So they're just going to be balancing with 11 left. So we'll play 1 table of 6, 1 table of 5. It's a shame you're flying from Munich. I would have suggested going to Berlin for a night. Although you probably wouldn't make your flight, Ryan.
Yeah,
maybe midweek you'd be fine, but if it was the weekend, forget about it.
Yeah, I think
you'd end up in a dungeon.
I'll be as soon as this ends, I'll be packing my bags and leaving. I think.
Yeah.
Straight to the airport. As much as it would be nice to hang out a little bit in Germany.
Prague's pretty awesome as well, but I'm sure you've been there before.
Yeah, spent a couple of days before I came here there. It was beautiful architecture there.
Yeah, so many nice buildings.
It's fantastic.
Everyone's so chill.
Actually, the first person I interacted with in Prague, I like offered this lady my seat and she just got all angry at me. I was like, what's happening? And then she got off the next stop. I think that's why, but I was so confused.
Oh, there was probably some form of a language barrier.
Yeah.
They're not used to that, like politeness or people doing things for them. Like I would always say, people, you're going to try to get someone out your way. I would say, sorry, and then they turn around and they're like, what are you sorry about? Just trying to get past you. Nice to see the chivalry isn't dead, huh?
Never.
Never. Okay, so Diana is going for that. We won't call it a patented limp yet, but Queen Jack 9-7. These are the kind of hands now I would have thought Ryan would be going into that limping range, so we can see it, if someone bumps it up, we can see a flop.
Yeah, it definitely could make sense. Could also think about raising this one as well. Omar very quickly going for a small lead. Very interesting on his part. He did complete the small blind, so he can certainly have some 4x hands, for instance. But the thing that this does really well is push out a lot of hands that maybe have overcards. And he does have the barrel potential on a straightening card as well, so well played from Omar, ends up taking it down.
Could he just think his sevens are best there also?
Yeah, it's certainly possible that the sevens are best. I mean, when you face a limp on the button, you can remove a lot of the sort of strong hands like aces, kings, queens, etc. And so it's kind of like I guess a protection bet. You also have good blockers. You have good ability to barrel the turn on some cards. So I certainly like the play from Omar there, and he sort of bet very quickly as well, which I think is going to enable a bit more fold equity.
Yeah, because it looks strong when he bets that quick. Didn't even really think about doing anything else. You see MC Ryan, that's what I was saying to him, he could either run riot or he's just going to be happy and content to not be getting too involved, and that seems to be the course of action he's taken. But granted, your cards are going to dictate what you do. He hasn't had too many big hands, but he doesn't really need to do much, does he?
No, I think he's potentially missing out on some opportunities to gain some more chips. As we said at the start, of today, being that big stack, you have so much potential to win chips off players who are put in difficult spots if they're in a middling stack situation. And AI just going to take that one down, uncontested.
Yeah, I feel like he could just try steal some more pots as we get closer and closer to the FT, just a couple of eliminations away. He certainly is the runaway bride at this feature table so far. I don't know what's going on the outer table, but I doubt anyone has 4 million. Maybe they do. Only time will tell. They'll all be at one table under one roof. Not too long away from that.
Omar again with aces.
This is like, yeah, like 5 times now or something. Double suited this time as well, right? He likes this, and Diana's double suited as well.
She folds very quickly. Again, the ICM pressure is on, and Omar also elected to bet 3-bet big as well. So it's not the first time we've seen someone open from an earlier position with the hands like Dana's and then fold versus the 3-bets. It's just the reality of tournament Omaha. You need to play pre-flop very conservatively when you don't have many chips.
Yeah, the 6 and the 3 there, albeit they're suited, they're just not going to play too well. So you just have ace-king. Basically, you'd want a better double suited hand there to be continuing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's one of the sort of lower tier hands. I would imagine Diana's opening given the scenario in play. Normally, of course, a very strong hand, but in this situation, you have to be more conservative. And perhaps she's thinking about 3-bet here.
She's double suited again with the ladies. Goes for the call. This is better from the big blind, Ryan. If she was from the small blind, do you think she would try get it in or just call as well?
I think we'd probably see a similar action. Maybe she thought she was having a think there, I think, because MC can certainly be raising very wide, but hasn't necessarily been doing so. Diana's just going to stick it in.
Whoa. I wouldn't have thought her hand was good enough to get it in here. But again, I stand corrected. She does go for it here for 560 and change. She's 45k behind.
And MC going to lay it down again. Another spot where that perceived range is having a big impact on MC. Imagining that Diana there, not really jamming too light, but in fact, he did have the best hands. I think as well, Diana there, the check raise, she has some good equity there against anything, and she also knows that MC is going to be A, open raising very wide, and C, betting very wide. So it's a good spot to go for, I think. I like to play.
Yeah, I was expecting we would see her fold with the 2 overcards out there, but she did have the flush draw. She just knows her opponent, knows the ranges, and willing to gamble.
Got a couple of shout outs for you, Dan, in the chat.
Oh, Red Misty. Afternoon, Dan, baby. Hey, it's Action Man Dan to you. The Piker, Ola, Dan. And yeah, Ola to Ryan, who's helping me out here with the PLO today. I've been picking his brain. I feel like I've been learning loads. We're not even on 2 hours. I need to brush up on my terminology. But like a bit of action does our Dan. Nice to have you with us, lads. Nice to hear from you in the chat. Hope you're all doing very well. Blinds have just gone up there again, right? Small blind is now 25k, big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. This is a very straighty, flushy flop, 10-9-6.
It's actually quite a decent board for Omar to lead on. Given that he did call in the small blinds, it's going to interact reasonably well. And MC did open raise, he did get a bit out of line, which is what we've been expecting to see.
Goes for delayed continue. Well, sorry, he's out of position, but he's going to stab the turn nonetheless. And now MC with a lot of equity. Gets there on the river. See, Ryan, he doesn't need to enter too many pots when he wins every one that he enters.
It does seem like that.
It's just quick maths.
Is the cards correct? It does appear so.
Something happened there.
I'm not entirely sure what the logic was there behind the check back.
I can't hear what they're saying. I believe the cards were right, Ryan. I was given no indication of the contrary.
Wow.
So
it's very odd. See a check back there. Yes, there was a few straight flushes out there, but
especially when Omar bets the turn and then checks the river, it's basically a nut situation. Okay, you haven't got a straight flush or the ace high flush, but surely Omar will continue barreling with those. So we have a very nutty hand. So this makes it even more of a bizarre check back on the river, especially when it's not even a paired board.
yeah, very, very confusing there. I guess the logic he's thinking is that he's not going to get called often enough by worse, but I think there's certainly some hands in there that Omar can have. Weaker flushes, of course, will call. The problem there is that because everything kind of gets there apart from diamonds on the river, it's kind of hard to have bluffs, so maybe he just thinks that Omar will realize that and just overfold, but again, still think it's a very odd decision.
He said something about it, but I couldn't hear what he said. I don't know if it was even in English. That would indicate to me, Ryan, everything I've been saying about MC, and you were saying as well, that he is being very cautious, keeping his cards close to his chest, if you will.
Yeah, certainly. And Dana picking up a nice pot as well.
A lot of equity there with the king, queen of diamonds. He's playing 25 bigs now.
Dan, do you think you know which part of the body has the most different types of bacteria? I learned this the other day, and I asked our table, and no one got it correct. So I want to see, or maybe if anyone in the chat wants to have a guess, the answer may surprise you.
These games.
It's very surprising. I'll give you that. It's not what you would think.
It's not the nether regions then.
No.
Spoiler alert.
Skin. You have to be more specific than the skin, Lord Sir.
Okay.
It's not like the inside of the body, but more like, you know, it's external. It's not like, you know, your intestines or something like that. It's external. Mouth, the eye. The eye is an interesting one.
I think it could be something got to do with your hair on the top of your head. Like, there's a lot of bacteria there if you don't wash on your nails. Oh yeah, they're all coming in to chime in now. This is one way of getting the chat going, buddy.
Yes. Okay,
Well
no
played,
one's...
Ryan.
Not the testicles, then. I would say... I'll give a clue because no one's gotten it yet. You said before, you know, about your hair if you don't wash it. So that's a bit of a clue there. Like, this is a part of the body that you don't really wash that much, and that's part of the reason why it has so many different types of bacteria.
It's ears is what I would guess. Behind, yeah, in or
Lord
around.
Sorrow, if you're not washing my feet, my friends. It's not your armpit, unless it's really festy. Unless you just don't wash your armpits.
It's nice to see that they're playing by the rules, that you're getting wrong answers, so they clearly haven't Googled it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
MC checked back the flop here. Again, playing a little bit passive. And Daniel's going to raise with straight and take it down. Should we wait a little longer, or should I reveal? What do we think?
Then when you hear it, you're gonna be slapping yourself that you didn't know.
I don't think so. It's not. It's so you would never think this is the right answer. So behind the ears, reversal, legs. No. Okay, it is in fact the belly button.
Oh yeah.
The belly button is supposedly has the most different types of bacteria. You don't wash your belly button, and also it's because it's like, you know, lots of folds and stuff. It becomes like, you know, very like moist and sweaty and all those kind of things. So that's kind of why there's so much different types of bacteria in there. Does my belly button have hair? Let me have a look.
Yeah.
I can't tell if that's like hair from my. I don't think so. I think that's just hair from like around the outside, but not inside the belly button. What about you, Dan? Have a look. What do you
It's
think?
so funny because I had my hand on my belly and my thumb at my belly button when you asked that question, and then it didn't correlate. Like, couldn't make the connection. No.
Did you have a look at your
Hair
belly
around it, I
button?
suppose.
No.
Yeah, this conversation.
I'll go out and
Yeah, it
ask.
grows a little bit on the inside, like, but not too much. And
Okay.
I think you'd have more infection problems around the belly button if you didn't wash this. More of an outie than an innie.
Yes.
The water is gonna. Every belly button's different.
No problem, Didier. I think good idea to go and wash your belly button right now.
The next time I say, "Oh, he has a belly buster straight draw," I'm going to say belly button straight draw. Of course.
What
I
about
should
if
ask
it's
more questions on this stream, though, for sure.
yeah?
That was good, Ryan.
I think what we should call, if it's like a gross spot, we should just call it a belly button spot. You know. No. Such a gross belly button spot, you know.
Just stand in the shower, a hot shower, and you'd be amazed what'll just wash itself. The key is to get into the shower, and then the rest will take care of itself. You'd be amazed how much your feet will just self-wash themselves, etc. Red Misty wants to get back to the poker, Ryan. Okay, all right. Jeez.
Is Cabral still in? I don't know. Could probably go check, but then also the stream was on delay.
Cabral
So.
no. You'd have heard about it if he was still in. You know Martin Cabral, Ryan?
Yeah, he was in when I came into the booth.
Oh, right. Well,
he was on the outside table.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I stand corrected again. If he's at the FT, it is going to be a barn burner. You're going to have loads of extra people tuning in, and things will pop off. He is just so fun to commentate on. Although I'll be way quieter because he'll be doing most of the talking.
Yeah. Cabral definitely seems like the belly button kind of guy, you know. As Didier is saying, hopefully we get him on the table. I didn't realize he played Omaha. I just thought he was a Hold'em guy. But there are quite a few Hold'em tournament guys who think they can hop in a PLO tournament and do well.
I think he just loves action.
Gotta respect it.
He's playing 500,000 pots and stuff. Like, he's gonna try chase any trail he can find close to his home on a Monday or weekend. Last weekend, it's now Monday. We made it. Diana with a nice hand here.
Oh my, again!
Wow, well, he's got 3 spades this time. But aces nonetheless. They always have it, Ryan.
So, this is an interesting spot as well because Omar is just slightly below Diana's stack by about 20,000 chips.
Well, that's just a terrible flop for Diana's hand. Nothing. Squadouche. So, shout outs to Lord Sorrow, Didier, Wilpo, Sergeant Psycho saying he doesn't think he's ever washed his belly button. It's so funny. Every single person who's going to be extra careful now washing their belly button next time they're having a shower, which I hope is within the next 24 hours. Moving on.
We were at the table the other day and I was having like a kiwi fruit. And I thought, man, I wonder where kiwi fruits come from, you know? Like from... You'd think they come from New Zealand, right? Like they come from... You know? But I'm pretty sure they don't, so I asked the table if anyone knew, and of course, no one knew. And so I've made it my mission to find out on this trip, or just for the rest of my life, however long it takes me, to find out where kiwi fruits originate from, but without, you know, Googling it, because that's not fun. So every table I've been going around and asking everyone at the table if they know, and of course no one knows, but it's caused a bit of debate because people seem to just want to Google it, and I'm very against Googling just random facts. It's just boring. You know.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
I love hearing that, Ryan, because it's just AI. It's just doing everything these days. It's probably from an exotic island, though. Yeah, I would say the same as Didier, pretty much. South America screamed at me at first, but I don't know. Somebody somewhere in Africa. South Africa could be. But then why would it be called a kiwi? Oh, I've heard the TD in the background there saying after this hand stop, that would indicate we're going to a final table. That would also indicate that we'll be going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. It's been a lot of fun action the first 42 hands of the day. Omar with the best of it. 275 is the bet. And MC sort of forced to pay that one off. Does let it go. Or does muck his hand after calling. Doesn't let it go. Alright folks, that's going to do it. We're going on a break. We will have the final table of the Big Rap 2K PLO main event in about 20 minutes. We'll see you all then.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising.
Come on, man.
Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's going to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10K ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Deset unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp. Chat absolutely in love with Ting Tsai. Playing well. Content creator out in Taiwan for 6 Poker.
Shout out 6 Poker.
Poodle, by the way, has been V-pipping a little harder than the remainder of the field. No cause for alarm. Volkov simply dropped a few chips. Wasn't actually looking to get involved with 6-3 off. San Martino. Diamonds are smothered. Has really his morale.
Yeah, it's been a rough level. Very rough level. Started with around 55 bigs, dropped down to 29. Potentially going to pick some up here. But yeah, losing 20 blinds in in any level is rough, especially with a clock like this and a structure like this.
Top pair for Sammartino against the 2 overs and the gut shot, backdoor diamonds, all of which come together for a 280k c-bet out of Poodle. Let's see if Dario wants to make noise. For now, just a flat. 10s and 7s, though, on the turn as it goes from gut shot to double gut shot for Poodle and from 1 pair to 2 for Dario Sammartino.
That's a very spicy turn card. The fact that Poodle still has 8 outs here, it's pretty wild. 1.1 million out there. Potential lead card for Dario would be unorthodox, but honestly don't mind it. I mean, if it's a turn card that you think your opponent's going to check back a decent amount of the time, yeah, reaching for chips.
A lead of 225, and now with the double gutter and the 2 overs at this price, Poodle could certainly be retained. So another 450 sliding in, and
no.
the Queen of Hearts, the Devastator for Sammartino. Backdoor hearts on the board.
Yeah, really, the only saving grace is that it does complete the flush. Had a non-heart queen rolled off. Really could have been showers. Still expect Sammartino to lose a lot of chips here.
Yeah. He's only got 2.4 back. 1.5 SPR. Note that he's found the check.
Which is incredible, by the way.
Yeah, and will he be able to find a fold in the face of sizing from Poodle, which we expect to be meaningful?
I'm not sure. I think Poodle's going to have some very natural bluffs here. Some ace-jack type holdings. I don't think queen-jack, jack-10 or jacks ever turn themselves into a bluff. That doesn't really make much sense. It has so much showdown. But there certainly are bluffs in there. Ace-9 with a heart, I don't think so. I don't even know if Poodle's opening ace-9-0 from under the gun. He could potentially value own himself with a hand like kings with a heart, aces with a heart. It's 1.3 into 1.6, more than half of Dario's stack. And we were just talking about the chance for him to head into break and just shake things off, come back with 30 bigs. It's looking likely to be sub 15. This would be a world-class fold, given how this hand's played out. It's made the call, Ali. 4.2 million chip pot for Poodle. And you just see it go from bad to worse for the Italian.
Yeah.
We've all been there. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings...
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know,
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
that it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required for set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Queen 3 should push the limit.
King 9. Fold.
Ina, you push me away already.
Only nuts.
A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy, because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe, just maybe Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back, I don't... We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to $1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. But I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and...
It's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
hope is really all he's going to have here, but...
He knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now or like a pocket pair.
Sure.
Something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
Want to 30%? Oh, 30%. Yes. Lucky.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。不用，就A 发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510是吧？
So
8个档。
7.9 million in total available to Emil and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. And you can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
I told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes.
Obviously, nothing for Emil Bisset to do. Ace King against Ace King. Deeply unlucky.
Please, any kind of deal is provided at the table. Maximum what I can do, I can give you some extra brain. You wanna tell me? Okay. Congratulations and good luck everyone. 25, 50, 50. You are confident. You please. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Hope you enjoyed your break. We've got the final table of the big rap PLO main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, just about to take place. We've got our co-commentator, there's Shacks in the water, mate. Alright, Ryan?
Howdy, mate.
It's the first Australian half-arsed impression I've attempted, so
I must say,
a bit of Steve Irwin.
I'm a bit out of breath. I just went back to my room to make myself a coffee, and I just had to run back.
If you need a couple of minutes, that's totally fine.
Nah, never. I'm here for good, mate.
Don't want to miss a thing.
No. It's too good to
Alright,
miss.
We get talking about this FT. It looks like there is a hero in the midst who's overtaken MC as the chip leader. Calais Pearson with 104 bigs. And then third is the guy I mentioned earlier, Narcissus Nedelku, who is Narcissus Online. On PokerStars is an absolute sicko, a beast, not so much in the PLO realm. So he is definitely one to watch out for. I don't know what his skills are like as a PLO player compared to No Limit Hold'em, but I've battled online with him for, I'd say, years. That's about a decade ago, and he is still at the very top of his game. So he's playing 70 bigs. You've got Omar Eljak playing 52, Diana playing 30. She's battled very hard and well to be in contention in the middle of the pack. Nicola with 30, AI with 27, Ireland with 23, and then Ivan is the shortest stack with 13. So we've got everything from 13 bigs all the way to 104. Current payout is 11 grand. They're playing for 110,000 for the winner. So that's what we have here. A big disparity of nationalities as well, Ryan, as you would expect at the King's Resort. We've got Germany, Sweden, Romania, Bulgaria, Portugal, and the Ukraine.
Good mix of players. Calais took all my chips the other day, so he's definitely a very strong player. And I actually said to him that I'm gonna lick my chips before I give them to him so that he'll stop taking all my money. But unfortunately, it didn't work.
You could have contaminated them and made him sick instead, maybe.
Yes. Viral warfare.
Yeah,
You know?
spike him.
Yeah.
Not in the good way either. So, yeah, that's what we've got here. Loads of action to take place with the average stack still close to 50 big blinds. I know it's PLO, but that's still a decent average chip stack at an FT for sure. A lot of big names still in the field. So Callie Pearson, you say, is one to watch out for.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely a strong Omaha player. In my brief experience with him. I think we'll certainly see him be able to apply a lot more pressure than MC did.
Putting the chips to work.
100%.
Let's have second set here. Takes it down.
Yeah, I think Kelly thought that was a bit weird because I kept going on about licking the chips, and then I tried to convince the dealer that he was the one to watch out for him in case he licked any chips because he's known for chip licking. But it didn't get through.
We like comedy on this channel, so this is funny.
What am I supposed to do? Just takes every pot. I think we played like maybe 5 pots together in the span of half an hour, and he won every one. So.
Was there edibles in this cheesecake you were eating? I wonder.
Oh, not the cheesecake. The chips, like the poker chips, my friends.
No, I was on about were you eating edibles
Oh
containing
no.
any substances at this table?
No, I
there a few-
wasn't. I was
few drinks?
completely sober. That's just how I am at the table if it's the right situation, you know? You gotta have a bit of fun when you're losing, otherwise you lose your
what,
mind.
I don't like that. I love it. I think it's great attitude to have, and fair play to you. There's not enough of that in the world. I think there is a lot of jovial atmosphere at Kings though as well, but depends how much money they've lost, I suppose.
Certainly, certainly.
Good on you.
Thank you, thank you. Luckily,
See, when you come out with things like that, and people aren't used to you or don't really know you, they don't know what to make of you. It's your way of being intimidating, even if you are losing. So people just think you're off your head or a madman. I'm all for being a bit crazy. That's one way of making friends, right?
100%.
Find the misfits,
Yep.
line them all up. So you like coffee then? I'm a bit of a coffee addict. Yeah, I have a flask beside me nearly at all times. It's pretty bad.
I used to manage a coffee shop, so I'm very particular. And somehow Omar, for like the 3,032nd time, has picked up aces.
Yeah.
Can someone go back and like have a look at how many aces he's had? I reckon it's like what, 6 maybe?
Yeah, it's at least 5 anyway. It's more than 5 and less than 10. All vote now.
I am a bit of a
You'd
coffee
hate-
snob.
Yeah, you'd hate the coffee I'm drinking, then it's fucking instant. Or I
Well,
mean, the course there.
everyone, you know, there's no hate, you know, you drink what you like and that's cool.
No, it doesn't mean that I wouldn't prefer to have better coffee. I'm limited to what I can do around here, especially given a 15-minute break.
Yep.
I just need it poured into my veins, and that's it. Like,
You just shelve the coffee,
yeah,
the coffee bean, just like, that's the best, most efficient way.
start eating it, yeah. That's cool though. You manage the coffee shop. So what's your go-to then? Do you bring it with you when you travel, or do you
Yeah.
have to find it?
Yeah, I gotta bring it with me. There's some good places, actually. There was a lot of places I checked out in Prague that were really good for coffee. But I also bring my stuff with me, as embarrassing as it is to say, but just in case I'm somewhere and there isn't a coffee shop, I know I can get my fix, you know?
So you're not using instant then?
Surprisingly not. I know it might be hard to believe.
No, I'm jealous now. They say jealousy is just somebody you should be learning from.
I'll make your coffee one day.
Cool.
If we ever come in the same booth together, I'll bring it into the booth and make it in front of you on stream.
As long as there's a pot of it, not just a single cup, I'm down for whatever.
Alrighty, sounds good. I'll come prepared.
I drink it black as well. I want
Yeah,
to
of
taste my
course.
coffee like a man. I have to cut down though. I probably have drinking 10 spoons of instant coffee a day. Like,
Wow.
yeah, like 6 strong cups. Put it that way.
Yeah, wow, that's quite a lot.
Yeah. Just a function. What happened was I used to be a massive tea drinker, and then I had like COVID like 4 times, and my taste buds just changed, and then I stopped drinking tea, and then it's just been coffee ever since. And so that's just the way it is. Water and coffee.
What did you have any food that like you liked before your taste bud changed, and then you didn't like it after, or?
With tea, I would eat a lot more. With tea, I would eat stuff like sandwiches, crisps, carbs. With coffee, it's like specifically chocolate. Like it's just
Yeah.
chocolate, chocolate only. So I wouldn't really have too much biscuits or crisps or chocolate with the tea. But once it became coffee, this has been going on about 3 years now, and I definitely noticed putting on weight. But that's from everything else as well. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be out here giving coffee a bad name, you know.
No, coffee's the best. But imagine they took away cigarettes and coffee from the world in the morning. The whole thing would collapse quicker than anything else that could happen in society.
Do you know how much a pack of cigarettes costs in Australia?
Oh, it's going to be high, not low. Okay, like $30.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think in euros it'd be like 30 euros for a pack of 50.
30 euros. Yeah, I think it's like 18 euro here. I don't smoke, but
Actually, sorry, a pack of not 50, sorry, a pack of 25.
okay, we do them in 20s here, I think, or a big pack of tobacco for like 20 euro, something around that area. We could do a lot and thinks.
Ooh. Ivan.
That's a nice hand, to say the least.
So Omar is actually going to continue. And is this going to click it back to push
Just
out
wants to
Diana?
get it in against. Yeah, should it's the same way he done this before, just to get heads up. Ivan with a very nice hand here to double up to 1.5 million. Is this a bit light from Omar, or is it just good enough because it's only for X amount?
I think it's probably on the light side, but also there was a lot of chips in the middle. So it can't be too bad. And there's one player at this table that would make a play that's questionable and it'd be good, it'd probably be Omar, so. But
Yes, the benefit of the doubt.
He surprisingly got a lot of equity here as well. I imagine that has to do with the card removal that's of the hands that are folded.
Yeah, that can be a bit surprising sometimes. Jack 7-6. Ivan in pole position to double up now. 3-1 favourite.
Oh!
Where the lady? Where the lady? Queen of clubs makes him a 3-1 favourite as we hit the river. And Ivan has been eliminated. Nothing he can do there, of course. And you say goodbye to your fellow Liverpool supporter in 9th place, right?
Very unfortunate. Turn
Bad
card
times.
there.
That means he takes home €11,000 for his efforts. That means we are 8-handed now. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €13,825. Lord Soul says, if you're drinking instant, turn it into a Greek frappe.
Greek frappe, eh?
Yeah, I think people complicate the whole coffee thing way too much. I want it. All the terminology. All that Starbucks menu. White mocha, frappuccinos, whatever the case may be. Have you ever abstained from coffee for a long time? Probably not if you were managing a coffee shop.
Yeah, probably not.
But,
I've gone, you know, sort of a few days, no problem without it. But not like a seriously long time. You?
I'm not ready to cut down on it just yet. No, I just heard it's meant to be like a psychedelic experience if you can go off it for like 4 or 5, 6 weeks. The first taste back like is to be spiritual.
People say that about not jerking off, and I can say from experience that there's no you don't gain any superpowers if you abstain.
Yeah, I've tried that too. Moving on. Well, look, I'll say one thing about it. It's better than draining your energy 5 times a day or whatever the case may be. There's a balance that has to be found there. Just like riding a bike, it's a balance trick, as Alan Watts would say.
So, just limped pre-flop. And
Delco is the kind of guy that might stab at these kind of hands. If I've seen him, like if the flop is checked through and it's checked to him again, he can. I won't say he can't help himself. Like he did just check back there, but he is likely to try take pots away from his opponents if he thinks he can get them to fold these middling type holdings. He does have a flush now.
Wow, and he checks the back. Doesn't go for the value bet. He potentially could have gotten called there. AI had trips with the nut flush blocker. Certainly a good candidate to call, even though he is in the sandwich. So Narcissus will take it down, but could have certainly gone a little bit differently.
I expected to see a bluff there, or not a bluff, a bet on the river. Especially when flop and turn is checked through.
Gustavo.
I like his hat. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Gustavo in the YouTube chat, he's rooting for the Swedes, but the last thing the Swedes need is more PLO event trophies. Those guys have too many. You know, you got to share it around a bit sometimes, I think.
They're sick at the game.
Yeah.
They don't quit at halftime. It's always surprising how well they do, the Scandies, considering they can't really play poker in their countries live. I don't know if you're familiar with the Irish Open in Ireland, but up until last year, we had the Norwegian Open as well, and the Norwegians would all come over. They can't play Norway. I don't know if it's the same rule in Finland and Sweden as well, but you're not allowed to play live. They don't really have casinos, or you can't play live. So the Norwegians will come over every year, and the amount of action that would take place in Ireland was crazy, in Dublin. And then we'd have the Irish Open the week after it as well. So it's just this 3-week festival of poker. Incredible stuff. One of the biggest festivals in Europe for sure.
Might have to come check it out.
Yeah, you should check out the Irish Open anyway. Plus, like, you probably want to see some places around Ireland. Don't know if you've ever been.
No, haven't been to Ireland, but would be certainly keen to check it out. So Narcissus,
He's got 2 pair in the turn here, right?
yeah, he bets pot as well on the turn, I think. So really big sizing. And on the river, just goes to check it. So interesting decision to put in such a large bet there with the 2 pair, but as you said, is certainly a player that doesn't mind getting in the mix.
What someone was saying in the chat yesterday, that like it's nice to see him playing PLO, almost never see him playing PLO. I don't know how true that is. You just don't know what goes on behind closed doors. But I would say of some of the players remaining, it's not that he's inexperienced, but his sizings will probably be a bit off from time to time, and maybe that's a good indicator of what we just saw. Although he's getting a big chunky street there on the turn with the intention of checking the river almost on all runouts, so it's probably a one and done situation. Does find himself in second place now. You personally think that betting pot is too big of a sizing there on the turn, Ryan? You go for a smaller sizing, but just such a bad 2 pair.
It's just an interesting decision, I think. It's hard to say whether or not it's good or bad. I think, like you said, if he does bet the turn, he's probably going to check back the river. Can get called by some worse hands, and his hand is also very vulnerable to 1 pairs, so if he does get like the second pair to fold with like a gut shot or something like that, or even, you know, second pair and an open ender, it's quite a good outcome for that hand. So I can certainly see the merit.
Yeah, I don't like using words like never and bad on this channel. Well, sometimes you've got to say what you see. But, yeah, it's like I said, I think it's your hand is very vulnerable with 2 pair there. So if you're going to bet, you want to go on the larger sizing, full pot. He's basically getting max value on the turn with the intention of just checking on almost all rivers, like, because he's just going to want to get the showdown at that point.
Yeah, I like the attitude as well. One thing I think for anyone out there that is an aspiring poker player of any description, whether it be Omaha or Hold'em or whatever, I think the best attitude to have is never to say someone's play is bad or you think someone is a bad player. Every play has some kind of merit, and even if you think it's bad, there's still something to learn. There's always something to learn from someone, even if you play better than them. And if you watch a lot of the top players, that's going to be their attitude. They might see a play and they might not think it's very good, but they won't dismiss it and think it's rubbish. They'll try to understand, okay, why did my opponent do that?
I think that's great advice, right? Plus, we're all about growing the channel. We're going to be tapping on the glass and deter people from tuning in, because if They're just going to get berated for what they say in the chat, or the players are going to get berated for what they do at the table. You pay your money, you play your hand whatever way you see fit. Having said all that, sometimes as a commentator, you've got to say what you see. If everybody in the world played the same, it'd be a very boring game.
%. You gotta have a bit of an opinion, you know, otherwise it gets a bit boring. As long as you're not, you know, slandering anyone, it's perfectly okay to agree with what someone's doing. I think that's part of why poker's such a great game, is that you can have two completely different opinions and both are extremely valid, and in a lot of spots you can never really say for sure which one is correct. Okay, maybe you can plug it into a program, into a solver, but even then, especially in a situation like this, you've got a lot of different players, different dynamics, different play styles, different emotions. You know, as you said before, knowing who's up and who's down for the trip, it can have a big impact on how someone plays, so it's never as cut and dry as it might seem.
Yeah, on top of that, you don't know what's going on with someone's life. You don't know what they've been doing the entire week beforehand. Were they at the bar till 5 AM? Did they get a call from their wife to get home? Whatever the case may be. Personal lives can really get involved with your poker life for sure. And it's just about, again, finding the balance. That's the other thing. Everyone is just so ingrained with social media these days that they're constantly knowing, like, drama is going to come your way if you're constantly online watching what everyone's doing and constantly in contact with everyone. I think it is really good to disconnect, especially while you're playing. It's easy to say that when you see them at the feature table because they're not allowed to have any phones, but any other table, when you're playing the tournament, you're going to be on your phone, or a lot of players are going to be on their phone for not the majority of the tournament, but you're going to be constantly flicking on and off. You need to really just disconnect from all of that. It's such a thing that's easier said than done, and I feel like a hypocrite even mentioning it, but that's how you're going to get to the elite level, if that is your desire. Red Misty says action drama, Dan.
Yeah.
Man, Misty.
Well, if someone knew that before coming here I got strip searched at the airport, lost my phone, and cracked a rib, then they'd probably play a bit differently versus me if they didn't know.
Wow. See, that's why I haven't gone snowboarding yet. And maybe that's why you're, as a decoy, you're asking about facts about kiwi fruits and belly buttons. Mm-hmm.
To distract myself.
To distract the players.
Yeah.
That's interesting, yeah. Cracked rib. Ouch.
Yeah. Belly button distraction. Yeah, 100%. Next time I'm in a big pot, I'm gonna whip out my belly button and just start like... just start playing with my belly button at the table. What do you think? Good strategy, GTO, or not?
Feet up on the table, lean back in the chair, and just start making noises. Play with your belly button. Here you go.
Ow, big pot brewing.
Then they'll be telling you to sit out, I'd say. So Martin Cabral did not find his way to this FT. Nedelku is 3-betting to 650 with ace, ace, queen, 10 double suited. That is a sexy hand indeed. Big pot is brewing. 9-8-7-7, queen, jack, jack, deuce, ace, king, king, 5. And Cali probably wants to see a flop here.
Yeah, he's got a decent hand to call a 3-bet with. It's pretty connected, and the good thing about his hand is that it doesn't interact too much with the squeezing
Whoa.
range of the big blinds. Narcissus just checks very quickly. I think it does make a lot of sense. This board is much, much better for Kale here. And we may even see a huge pot here.
Whoa. All in.
Wow. Huge spot.
What the hell? The two chip leaders at this table going at it here, Ryan. 9 million in the pot. This is sick. I didn't even think they could get that much chips in on the flop because it's pot limit, but 500k, 500k. He's got 3.695 total. This is sick for both players involved. You're going to have an overwhelming chip leader for the winner of this one.
Oh,
Turn
wow.
is the Jack of Hearts and Narcissus now 88% equity as we hit the river. River is the 8 of spades. Oh, wow. What's he going to do? There's a sick amount of equity for both players there.
That is a disgusting spot there. A belly button spot, you might say.
212 big blinds. And you think Nedelku just has to get it in there, Ryan?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like a lot.
It's on that board. He's probably checking everything, I would say. Or close to everything there. And on the flop, his hand doesn't play that well as a check call, just because the playability isn't amazing on a lot of turns. But he does have that gut shot, overpair, nut flush draw. Makes sense to check raise. If you consider ICM, it's definitely going to change it up, like how you want to play that spot. But I think overall, it makes a lot of sense if you ignore ICM. Maybe, given the stacks, he could have played it a little bit differently, but I certainly don't fault him from getting it in there.
Yeah. I mean, mentioned it enough times. He's a sicko. He's going to want to gamble more so than some people at this FT. Not that he wouldn't be aware of ICM, but also, if he doesn't feel like he has an edge, and that's what they were saying in the chat yesterday, you know, you wouldn't be that used to PLO, but then he's going to take every spot, especially against the caliber of opponents like Calais, Pearson.
Yeah, 100%. And if he knows Cal's a strong player, he knows he's going to be aggressive there in that spot as well. And so he knows that a check raise is certainly going to get through a decent amount of the time. And ultimately, even though he has a very strong hand, that's kind of what he wants.
Yeah, I've done about 20 PLO streams, I would say. And there always seems to be a runaway bride at the final table, more so than even the Hold'em events. This one guy just seems to be winning all the pots and having... Now, obviously that's a small sample size, but my whole point is when these Scandies get a hold of chips, they start steamrolling and everyone else seems like they're playing for second. So let's see if that's going to be the case here today, because this man is just going to put his foot in the gas from here on out with over 200 big blinds.
Huge stack at the final table, 210 big blinds. It's just ridiculous.
Diana defending here with the King Queen 10-9. Nice starting hand for her. This flop top pair.
So you can see here, this is, you know, Calais doesn't really interact all that well with the board, but this is kind of what you want to do, and what I think MC was missing out on before is the stack leverage you have here is so important.
Turn going check, check, river the ace of hearts, and Diana be happy to win. Small pot. That's the other thing as well, Ryan. He's going to be so aware of when to shut down and when to keep barreling. Like, other players might get carried away there. That might be the greatest example of what I'm trying to say, but he can switch gears and keep applying pressure, but he might, where other players will get very carried away with a chip stack like that, I guess he'll know when to stop and shut down. He's just going to be so savvy with these spots. I don't know his full credentials, but it's not the first time I've seen him, and I've heard that he's a sicko, so I'm going to Hendon mob him, but I don't think Hendon mob him is going to do him justice, because he's obviously a sick cash game player, as you've described also. See, it's saying here that his total live earnings is 56k, but no, they're lying. It's a game of lies.
Yeah, he's certainly a strong cash game player. That's for sure. We played quite a few hands, and I saw some really good decisions from him, I think, in 5 card. And the way it normally goes is, if you're good at 5 card, you're probably also good at 4 card as well. Most of the players here, I would say, are more so specialist in 4 card.
Yeah, I didn't realize the 5 card was as popular as it was, because I just felt like it was maybe not taking the piss, but I thought 4 cards was enough for the for the players. I don't know the full difference between 4 and 5, but I guess it's at least 20% extra variance. That would make sense, since there's an extra card, right? I guess that's not the way to look at it.
So, 4th spade coming in gives AI the nuts, and it's actually an interesting card, because AI is actually allowed to have some leads here on this card. And wow, Calais going to boat up. AI may be kicking himself for not leading. When the King of Spades comes in, removes a lot of the strong hands that Calais can have. But now,
Pot is the bet. And the board pairs here, Ryan, but does he still have to pay him off, considering there's 4 spades out there?
it's a brutal spot for sure, because the ace is such a good card for Calais' range. But AI may just think that Calais just is trying to bully him off this pot. It would make a lot of sense to for Calais to put a lot of bluffs here, and given the action, the way the action played out, it makes a lot of sense for Calais to have bluffs. He's probably betting the flop very frequently, and he's also open raising very frequently, so check check on the turn. It's very easy to have a bluff here. He's going to lay it down. Wow. Good folds.
Good folds from AI. He's a tough guy to get chips off sometimes, AI. Granted, it wasn't the greatest of runouts.
Yeah, it's certainly a difficult spot for sure, just given how wide and aggressive Calais can be there. That's what makes tournament Omaha so sick, is that you have so many complex spots.
Blinds have gone up again. It looks like 30k is the small blind, 60k is the big blind with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. Really nice hand for Iran with double suited aces. MC with double suited himself, ace jack 10 deuce. Calls as Cordial says, Minkov is the Bulgarian Daniel Dvorak. Really thought it was him before he opened his mouth. No, seriously, look at him. Tell me you don't see Dvorak. Iran just going to take this one down. Looks like nothing going on here for MC. All these cool hats at this FT seems like a golden opportunity to mention the new collection that's on our store, the merchandise store on the Kings Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. The new collection is the Poker Face collection, and I think it's the coolest collection they've had so far, with a mask sewn on the inside around the hood area. You can be the burglar you were born to be. Thief in the night. So have a look at that. I've posted the details in the chat on Poker Room Kings on Twitch. A lot of aces out here today, Ryan. Seems to have been non-stop.
And if you're Calais as well,
Yeah.
having aces here, you know, it's very disguised given how aggressive he's been so far at the final table.
Yeah, I don't think he has to be too disguised. He's just going to be opening a lot. So I see what you're saying there. He can have anything opening here, even if he is under the gun. Yeah, and I likes that middle set. 3 ladies for the lady.
So, Calais here is probably going to bet with his nut flush blocker, and Diana's going to have a difficult decision if that does occur. Because she's got the ICM pressure, And yes, she does have a set, but she's also blocking the 7. In fact,
Callie's got the exact right hand to be just betting turn to jam river here with the straight blocker and the flush blocker.
Yep, and that's part of the reason why he ends up betting sort of smallish on the turn, so that he can jam the river for a decent amount of chips.
About 700k stack to pot ratio, so it'll be about half pot or thereabouts. Maybe slightly more. Yeah, I keep saying straight blocker, flush blocker, but the straight blocker doesn't really matter if you've got the flush blocker. That's just the no limit hold'em thing. Diana with the best of it, but it's just going to be hard for her to call it off here. Diana having to let it go.
Certainly very unfortunate there. The run out for Diana. And Kelly, as you said, has a great hand to barrel there with. Doesn't have much showdown value. Has the perfect blocker. And Diana just said she had queens as well. So I imagine Kelly's pretty happy. If it's possible, he could be even more happy after how he's been running today, after that huge pot.
Yeah, we've seen some huge pots, considering we're only live for a few hours. Still 8 remaining, and Iran facing AI's open. King A5. AI's got ace, queen, 10-9. Nice starting hand for him. Off the short stack, one of the shortest at this FT anyway. These two are the two shortest if I can recall it correctly. Or Diana as well. So this is a golden Ryan for the chip leader. So he's got 3 short-ish stacks. I mean, I don't know what short is in Omaha compared to Hold'em, but like 10 to 12 is when you're starting to get short-ish in, or anything under 10 in No Limit. So I presume it's somewhere around the same area in Omaha. Because it's pot limit, maybe it's a little bit more.
I would say it's somewhat similar, although I can't say I have too much Hold'em experience. But just want to highlight the spot there in the small blind for Aaron. You know, he's got a good hand facing the open raise, but ends up folding kings, which is generally speaking pretty, you would say, unusual. But the problem is that Calais behind him, and it's potentially that if he folds, Calais will get involved and maybe even win a big pot, and we'll get a ladder up. So that's kind of why he's electing to fold there. He had a bit of a decision, took his time. And that's the way Tournament Omaha is. You got to make those tight folds pre-flop.
I would have thought the reason to fold there, apart from ICM, is because it was an early position open and we're in the small blind, and our kings, although we have kings, our other 2 cards aren't great with it.
Yeah, it's certainly another factor as well that he's going to be considering for sure. Omar electing to just check back. Did not flush that.
I've seen him make some sneaky checkbacks in his day in Omaha and No Limit. These guys are friends and have probably played loads of poker together. Unconventional check back though. You want to start building a pot there with your no flush in general.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true for most cases. Omar did also have the ace king. Is that correct? He had an ace as well in his hand. I believe so.
Oh yeah, I think he had a. It's only gone a second ago. Missed it.
Let me hang on. I can just go back. Let's have a look. Because if he does, I think it makes more sense because yeah, he did have an ace. So he blocks the calls that Calais can have with the top pair. And the other thing as well is that if he thinks Calais is going to be aggressive when he checks back, he's potentially gaining a lot more EV by doing so and just trapping and letting Calais turn a hand into a bluff.
Yeah, that's smart. Surprise, surprise, Omar being sneaky. He's really good, Omar, at trying different things, different strategies. I seen him play some hands a bit abnormal at an FT there, No Limit. Just flatten with weird holdings from the small blind against the fish, out of position or recreational, and just finding ways to make hands that you would never think were profitable. Now he ended up busting from one of these plays as well, but if you live by the sword, you die by it. So he's not afraid to mix it up, and he'll do different things. He probably has to do different things against someone like Cali as well, just to be balanced in his range. Where against someone else, he probably isn't too worried about that, or not worried about it to the same extent. Because you look at here, look at the leaderboard, 4 players under 20 bigs now. Then MC in the middle of the pack, and then Omar really separates himself. So he doesn't want to be getting into these big pots or big entanglements with the chip leader.
Yeah, I think given the stack sizes, we're going to see probably not too much action until at least 1 or 2 of these players do bust.
You add all those stacks together and it still doesn't equal Cali's stack.
Yeah, he's certainly in a fantastic spot to take this down.
Current payout nearly €20,000 now after the last elimination in that epic 9 million pot. Omar with a nice hand here on the button jack, 10-9-5. Cali with 10-9-8-7. Omar's double suited, and Diana in the big. In for a penny, in for a pounding. Calls the additional 90k. 3-way action to the flop. 540 in the middle. Diana only has 580 behind, so her stack to pot ratio is basically 1-to-1. And top pair for her. 3 very quick checks. Turn is the 8 of hearts. She's still got the best of it here, Ryan.
She does, but I think Calais, I'm going to see him bet. Yep, he will. It's a really good spot for him. He turns the 8, and he has a heart in his range. Checks around the flop. Everyone's...
Gets her out of there.
Yeah. And sharp play from Calais there, recognizing the weakness. And he's also got a good hand as well to go for it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we would have seen Diana, but she didn't have a backup draw, you see. I thought we might see her donk. But perhaps that's just wishful thinking on my part. Her hand wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it's... I think part of the reason is that the other stacks are very shallow as well, so perhaps she's just going to wait and hope one of them busts, or wait for a better spot to get the money in there, because certainly if she does get it in, she's not going to be doing all that crash hot a lot of the time.
Fair enough. Yuri says this all-in guy is a lot of FTs in different series, isn't he? Yeah, that's something I was saying already. Nice to have you with us, Yuri. He likes to make his presence known at a lot of FTs at the King's Resort. He's a King's Resort reg. He's always one to watch out for. Fearless competitor, very savvy in certain situations, and he seems to have his head screwed on tight today. And poised to make a deep run if he can get a stack going, perhaps. AI likes this top set. Smashing this one on the flop here at 96% equity against Calais' exact holding. It's not going to deter him from betting in position. And that goes the way you would expect it to go, all in and fold.
Yuri says, I like to watch Omaha, but it's not my game. Well, unless you're from Scandinavia, it's probably not your game. But you got your Swedish flag next to your name. Seems to be the case that you're going to do well when it comes to Omaha. So many strong players here over the weekends from Sweden, and a couple of very strong players here as first and second in chips.
Perhaps Yuri is at the wrong airport. This mightn't be the game for you, although if you like action, you've come to the right place. Nice to see a lot of the Action Army regs on Twitch tuning in to watch this one, even though I know They are all massive fans of No Limit. I love this for a change, Ryan. It's great. Keeps the regs guessing. Variety is the spice of life after all. Omar raising. And see, he can afford to be quite aggressive if he didn't have the chip leader behind him. I guess maybe he just doesn't care as much as I think he would. It's not like he's going to come after him. He's just... oh yeah, sorry, he's got position. My apologies, the way the camera was. So I'm saying he's in a great position at the table. So anytime the chip leader hasn't entered the pot, he's basically the chip leader. He could put a lot of pressure on the rest of the table.
Yep, 100%. Omar will know that. And
yeah, I thought their seats were reversed for some reason, but yeah, because that would be a disaster for Omar.
Yeah, certainly very fortunate with how the seats have lined up. And Nikola here.
Yeah, the Bulgarian divorce. He's got a hand he can get this in with. So you have to be content with the blinds and antes. MC, ace, king, queen, 4, double suited. Raising from the cutoff. So much other action happening at the table, you nearly forget about MC having about 4 million chips not so long ago himself. That's a far cry from Callie's 11.4 and counting.
And this could be a bit of an interesting spot here. If Omar check raises.
Yeah, MC flopping top 2, and it's a bit of a cold deck, really. And MC, it is an extra cold deck here because MC has a 4 that was blocking bottom set.
He has that 3 pair. Fortunately for him, Omar doesn't go for the check raise. Perhaps for similar reasons, blocking that 4.
Yeah, they both with a 4 in their hand.
Expect Omar to go for some value here. Doesn't block that ace, which is really good.
I was going to say he should bet around $500,000 maybe. He goes for 400. And MC's played his hand that way, right? So he could check back on the turn to call the river. Calls pretty quick. We could have seen more chips go in there though. So in a way, he will feel like he didn't lose the minimum, but he could have lost a lot more.
Yeah, certainly very fortunate he didn't face the check raise there. I think Omar probably recognizing that MC isn't going to be raising a huge amount of hands, given that Calais is still left to act, and as is Omar. So perhaps respecting his range there.
He's just so savvy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a man you can learn from. Poor Diana's getting short here. Ace, King, Jack, 7 double suited. 7 bigs. Time to go. Oh, they're all terrified of her. Don't think I've ever seen them all fold that fast before, right? I'm out of here.
Yep.
Or he says Benelux Classics are in April. He's going to Rosvedov. Yeah, that's always a good one. The Benelux Classics. There is so much action taking place at the King's Resort in Rosvedov this year. It's incredible. There's even Poker Stars Eureka event coming in March, about a month away. That's going to be huge. There's the 1K main and 500 mystery bounties somewhere around that buy-in range. It was 200 plus 300 plus 50 or something like that. I could just get it up on my screen, really, couldn't I? If you were going to come back for anything, Ryan, to the King's Resort, you should definitely come back for the World Series of Poker Europe, because last year was just absolutely huge. Granted, if you're not playing No Limit Hold'em, it mightn't be as appealing. But there's something for everyone in the audience for that 3-week festival. Yeah, it's exactly what I said. It's 300 buy-in with a 200 bounty with a 50 reg, so 550.
Yeah, nice.
And then, of course, the following weekend, then you've got the 1K main with a 1 million guarantee. And the week before that, Benelux Classics, we have the Euro Poker Millions. And that's also going to be a mystery bounty. This mystery bounty becoming more and more popular. This kind of variation. Incredible when you knock someone out, you don't know if you're going to get nothing or a hell of a lot of money. Yuri says he thinks the Benelux and the Dutch Classics are great, with a 250 main is the perfect price in my opinion. Yeah, they're some of my favourite to commentate on, because the action is just crazy. It's furious. There's usually loads of recreationals left in the field. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we have an all-in in the call. Ace Queen 8-3 against the Ace Jack 10-4. It's basically a coin flip. It is Nicola, the one at risk, of course. I wouldn't fancy Ryan going against Callie here in any all-in situation, really. Not the way he's running.
No, you certainly wouldn't. And I think Nicola getting a bit unfortunate to run into a hand that is doing quite well versus him, given how wide we've seen Kelly open.
Yeah. You think it's you're going to get called by lesser holdings and you're dominating them, but you can see it's just not the case. Seven, 6-5 is the flop. That's not a good start for Nicola. Seven spades hits the turn. Nicola could be down to his last card. Just 15% equity to double up. River is the 5 of clubs. And we say goodbye to Nikola Minkov in 7th place. Taking home nearly €20,000 for his efforts. Unlucky, saw a good game. That means 6 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €25,400. I meant to say to you, Ryan, thanks for taking your time to be here today. Is there anything you want to plug in the form of coaching? You said you're doing PLO coaching.
Any plugs? Wow.
While you're here.
While I'm here, yeah. If anyone is looking for coaching videos for 4-card or 5-card Omaha, come check out the PLO Mastermind. I'm sure some of the viewers will recognize the name Jay Nandez. He is the head coach on there, and there's a few of us making 4-card, 5-card, and even 6-card videos, as well as software on there. And come check out our Discord channel as well. There is a lot of good chat in there. You can ask any of the coaches any questions. If you want private coaching or anything like that, feel free to ask in the Discord. And I am the plug, says Rocket3214.
I am the one who knocks. I am the danger.
I don't think there's any show that I've ever watched that has had an ending that good. I think it's so difficult to end the show well, but Breaking Bad just did it so well.
Yeah, now it was getting a bit far-fetched. I wouldn't have liked to see any more seasons, to be honest. If I had a current... I don't talk about music or TV shows enough. I mean, I know it's a poker channel, but that really gets the chat going, Ryan, if you start talking to them about things they relate to. Like, I like stand-up comedy and music and stuff, but if I had a TV show recommendation, I watched Griselda there 2 weeks ago. Wow, it was brilliant. Griselda Blanco. Nice to have you with us, Rocket. You're always funny in the chat. I am the plug. So yeah, you've heard Ryan. If you want to get in touch with him, that's where you'll find him. Diana needs a double up soon. 7 bigs, and then Eram with 15, AI with 23, MC with 35, and then there's a big difference. Omar with 77, but this is majorly inferior to Calais in first place, playing over 200 big blinds with over half the chips in play. That's cool. You're in the same kind of coaching bracket as Jay Nandez, or you're in the same team. That's awesome.
Yep, he's certainly a good name to be involved with, that's for sure. And very grateful to him for having me. As Diana here with aces. Is all in.
I just said she's got to get something going. That seems like getting something going. Callie with a very good cracker for those aces, though. Little smirk from her. 8-4-3. He's all in and call for the guts of 2 million in this pot. 42% equity for Callie. Diana, she got it in good. That's all she can do, especially off the short stack. It's going to be tough to hold against this man, though. You heard it here first. Turn is the ace of diamonds. That's a fantastic turn card for Diana. She's now a 4-1 favourite as we hit the river. Oh, the river is the 5 of hearts. Oh, that hurts. Oh, dearie me. Diana, what a delight to have at the table. Awesome to see her making another FT. I'm sure we'll see her again at King's soon. Callie is hitting everything indeed. And we lose her in 6th place. She will take home €25,400 for her efforts. That means 5 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €32,775. It's hard to dodge all these outs, Ryan, in No Limit, or in PLO, compared to No Limit. My God.
Especially against someone from Sweden. They just find a way to hit.
Yeah, the flag definitely adds a few percent, I think. AI does get another pay jump. That's a few pay jumps he's got, considering he was shorter than 1.3 mil. And Iran also. We could see him get it in here, though. He's going for it. He'll be happy with that result. As Flamingo says, more coffee for Dan, Muller for red stats. I'm not sure what the second part of that means, but I do have a coffee in my hand. Just little shots from the flask. Keeping the dream alive. And do you play much online these days, Ryan, or do you kind of just keep it to playing live?
Pretty much exclusively online, actually. This is my first ever live trip.
Wow.
Yeah. So, it's been a good experience. It's been fun hopping in the booth. You know, it's been a bit of everything whilst I've been here, so I'll definitely be coming back and doing some more live trips in the future for sure. I think one thing that's been great is just being able to play against players I might not always play against, experienced pros, very strong players, and it certainly made me like very hungry, I would say, as we see an all-in and a call.
Yeah, this happened very quickly. 50-50 yet again on the 5-4-3 flop. Maybe 2.2 million in this pot. We could see a third elimination in a row pretty much. Turn is the 7 of spades. And that's a good card for Omar. He's 4-1 favourite now as we hit the river. River is the ace of spades. And we are going to lose Iran. In 5th place. Wow. 3 eliminations in quick succession. He will take home €32,775 for his efforts. That means everyone remaining guaranteed a minimum of €40,850. Sorry to cut you off there, Ryan, but we had action. That's great. You had an awesome trip, and I think that there's not many people that can say their first live trip was to Kings, like, so that's pretty good. You started with a winner there. Awesome. And you play a lot of high stakes online then, I'm assuming.
Yeah, mid to high stakes, depending on the game. So, yeah, it's been a great experience. When you play against really strong players, it just makes you want to go home and just improve and get better. And it certainly sparked a bit of, a bit more hunger for the game.
Got to get after it. I stopped playing online. I played professionally online for many years. Just no limit. But I was in college last year doing psychology, and then I was doing this as well, so they kind of went hand in hand because I could still do this at the weekends and then do the college during the week. And now I'm not really sure. I just took over one day to fill in for someone, and the rest is history. That's about 20 months ago or so. I love to play live when I can, but it's few and far between when you're working every Sunday and Monday, and then I'm in college as well. But I have the Irish Open coming up. Hopefully get to play that. And I like to play online every now and again when I can, but I don't know the last time I've even seen 3 or 4 tables in front of me where I would have been used to playing up to 15 anyway, sometimes even more. I don't know what way the climate is going online. I don't really have the same love for it. But commentating week in, week out, definitely have the love for wanting to play live poker more and more. So I guess I'm just in a padded cell, right?
Aren't we both? As AI has bottom set here. Goes check on the flop. Okay, has the diamonds.
He's going to handle with caution.
The jack.
Bottom set.
So Kelly here has a pretty decent spot. I think he will at least consider betting, and he will do so.
This is a good barreling opportunity for him.
Yeah, has that diamonds. And not too much showdown value, especially after he bets a turn. He's never really going to check back and win, so I think it makes a lot of sense. AI here, no diamonds, is a bit unfortunate for him. It becomes very difficult to call down here. And you don't block the flush, and your opponent is wrapping only flushes. Perhaps he's thinking that, again, Calais is just putting the pressure on.
Very tough call here with bottom set. And it is for almost all of his chips.
Certainly a sick call if he can find it. Wow.
Finds it.
Wow.
Low rolls him. Unintentionally, obviously. Wow, great call. This is what I was saying to you earlier. This guy is not afraid. If he thinks he's ahead, he'll call. And if he thinks he can get someone to fold, he'll bluff. I was not expecting to see him make that call. I think a lot of people would just fold that one. But he knows that against that particular opponent, they're going to be over bluffing in that scenario. So he finds it. Impressive.
Yeah, certainly. And the, I guess, difference here is that, as we saw earlier in the stream, AI just, he wants a trophy. He's not too worried about RCM or pay jumps. And it's another example where that can work out in your favor. And I think Calais was a bit surprised to see the call down there, given the stack sizes in play, given the fact that he didn't have a diamond. I think he's going to change his approach now, I would imagine, to adjust to what AI is doing. He knows that, after seeing that hand, that he's not just going to be pushed over like a lot of the other players will be due to the pay jumps. So I expect a bit more caution on his end if he ends up in another pot with AI.
Yeah, well, this is what I was saying earlier. He wanted to get the ladders, but he's done that successfully, so he doesn't really have to worry about it. Obviously, there's ICM considerations, but he's the shortest stack. Well, he's not anymore, but he was before that hand, so he could afford to be called that one. Well, afford's the wrong word, but I mean, with the bottom set, he's made the hero call, but what I'm saying is there was no other shorties for him to worry about anymore, so that obviously steered him in the direction of call more than fold. Still an awesome, it has to be said, it's just a hero call really with bottom set there.
Yeah, it's a sick call.
Yeah. It doesn't affect Callie's stack too much, but obviously he wants to win that one more than lose it, and it should have got the job done, barreling off there, but sometimes you got to put that cape on if you've had enough of being bullied around, and that's what he done. He finds himself now in contention with nearly 40 big blinds.
Am I going to take this one down? Bet the flop and the turn. A bit unfortunate run out for Calais there. with trips on the flop.
Oh yeah, this is the beginning of the end now for Caliora. Loses 2 pots, loses his mind. Ivan is in the house, says, yo, what's that? Everyone, how's everyone doing? We're doing great, Ivan. Got a co-commentator with me today here, Ryan, who is very experienced in the PLO realm. 4-card and 5-card. Let's get all your questions in for him. He had questions for you. Did anyone put in the right answer about that fruit? I found out the answer about that at the break, by the way. I asked my father.
You asked him, did he Google it?
No.
Wow, he just knew.
He just knew. Oh, if I say he had the right area, I don't know if he had the exact right answer. So It's wrong of me to say he nailed it.
Okay.
Well, I was too busy asking him that one. I never asked him the one about the bacteria. So I'll ask him the one about the bacteria now. The joys of living at home with your parents. Aces for Cali. Nice time to get them as well. It might seem a bit like he's steaming. Steaming probably not the right term for this guy, but under-repped.
MC opting not to bluff the river. Didn't even really think about it. It does block some folds, but it doesn't have a spade. It has no showdown value. So maybe could have thought about it a bit longer, but at the end of the day, just check.
He's been acting very fast all last night and all today, in my opinion. Needs to take a bit more time with his decisions. That's a common theme I see from commentating. I'm so guilty of it, especially so used to playing online, and then just you've so much extra time you have to use. Like, just use your time. when I hit the rail from playing live loads, I'm like, why didn't I think about that for longer? Is usually my go-to. But it's easy to say that in hindsight.
Yeah, of course. For me, it's actually the opposite. Coming here, because I was taking too much time, and I played pretty poorly the first couple of days. Made a few really big mistakes. One to Duarte, as I mentioned before, and another one against Henry Kilbane, and just I was to overthink and overthought myself into some bad actions. So I'm the opposite, but I think, yeah, certainly for most players, thinking longer is probably going to be the best play.
Yeah, sometimes you goad yourself into making a decision. As Red Misty says, guilty action, Dan. Have you any more nicknames for me? Omar betting 5-10. MC with some connectivity here. He's got the pair and the flush draw, but gonna let it go. Just too low with just a 6 and 3 of diamonds. The guy who won the high roller here the other day, by the way, we won it for €283,000. That was the 10k diamond high roller PLO. His name was Chen. He had like 6 bigs at one stage. and just kept spinning and winning and spinning and winning, and then he found himself with a stack like Callie's. It was insane. So dreams can come true if you just believe. Mingo says, yep, remember this. He's 10-7-3 going to open it up, and Callie is going to stick him in here with King, King, Jack 8.
Wow, MC's going to call as well.
He's a bit frowned off by how little he's been able to have things go his own way. It can be a strange dynamic when things are in reverse. We're just so used to steamrolling yesterday, but that was a far cry from now, so you've got to just adjust. And here we go. You see Conk Jams, a lot of equity here, 70%. Up to 3 million in this one. This will be set to lose the third biggest pot now. One against Omar wasn't huge, but the other two were significant enough. One is the king. King of clubs, and now it's 60-40 in Callie's favour. He hit the river. The river is the 8 of diamonds, and that gives MC straight. An action-packed hand that was. Wow. Now MC going to be playing 45 bigs. AI going to be playing about 45 bigs, a bit less. And then we have the two Swedes. That is our lineup with 4 players remaining. We are going to go on a short break for less than 15 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Do want to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome those of you who are streaming live on the Poker Room Kings Twitch and YouTube channels. Randy and I do have both chats open and are monitoring the chatter in there. Obviously appreciate all of your enthusiasm for this World Series of Poker Europe. As things do roll on, did mention day 1A of the main event is taking place. There will be 2 day ones, and that is certainly the reason behind why it is. As we pulled up to the casino here today, we saw more people out front than we had at any other point.
No, but I have problem that
if there's a problem, they will tell me. You cannot tell me.
Next time you didn't put it on the in the hand. You know that, yeah? Yeah, it happened last time, yeah, and I said 7 times to this guy, and he didn't still put it. Yeah, I'm just saying, please ensure that.
Okay, so if you're wondering what it is that's got Martin bent out of shape, Randy, walk us through it. You were in the booth, I believe, last time when Orpin and he were at the,
I did
the feature
not
table.
see. No.
So
go on.
Basically, Orpin is waiting until the action is on him to scan his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And Martin, for whatever reason, has decided that this is an issue for him, and he's not really happy about it, and he's zeroed in on Orpin. You can see Orpin doesn't seem to be too flustered by it, but Cabral just having a bit of a go, let's call it, at Orpin over this matter. And Orpin pushed back and said, "Hey, listen, if there's an issue, I'm sure I'll hear about it from the staff. You don't need to worry about it."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's goes to show how he can ruffle some feathers from time to time.
Couple of jacks here looking to do some ruffling.
Put the chips for the dealer. It's a very big table. Thank you.
Joe
You're
Chuen.
definitely right. It just your delivery made me laugh. I said you're definitely right, but your delivery made me laugh.
Flatting with the king-queen suited. Suvarna liked the price. Ace deuce deuce. Nobody likes this board.
No, especially not Cabral. Didn't want to see that ace. Joe Trent thinking about taking a shot at it.
Be, like this material might make like a nice mattress.
You can see it.
Yeah,
I can see it.
It's like a little memory foam.
Ooh. 155K lead from Joe.
Cabral's going to expect Joe to see bet most of his range on ace deuce deuce board, so he probably is going to pay off one and see what's up. He likes to take mid-hand swigs of water, I've noticed.
Really?
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, just might be a way for him to kind of measure himself.
His version of the Oreo cookie from Rounders, Teddy KGB.
I don't think it's a tell. But
oh, he only took one gulp. Interesting, because one of the outs for Joe is that jack from his point of view, but that would give Cabral jacks full. Be huge trouble.
Suvarna, oddly enough, would have had a 10 if he had stuck around looking for backdoor equity. Totally understand, obviously, his decision not to, of course. And look at Joe Chuen.
This is power.
Leaning on Cabral.
He's giving Cabral a lot of credit to still call his flop c-bet with all of the pocket pairs. And they wouldn't be able to handle heat 2 barrels. Plus, he does have a little bit of blocker against an ace queen, which would feel comfy on this board. Maybe he has got a lot of intention to fire one more to kind of really push against like an ace jack or lower. As it stands though, the jacks is in an awful spot here and does lay down the best hand. Joe Tren, China.
No, as you mentioned, the jack would have been the disaster card if Cabral had come along, and
can we rabbit hunt?
Joe would have had Broadway, but yeah, second barrel getting it done there. Great shot of Martin. It was absolutely the feather ruffler here at this feature table in the 50K. Shout out, by the way, to In Crypto We Trust on YouTube, joining us from South Korea, mentioning that
I think ace queen.
His countryman, Gab-Yong Kim, who is third in chips overall right now, is
ace 2 off.
The man he's got his eye on. So he's a very good player.
Yes, he is. Anahang. How do you say it again? Anahang. Yeah, Seo.
Anahang.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, do you get the sense that Cabral is now not scanning his cards on purpose to just counteract?
He does strike
Orpin?
me as that guy.
100% this is designed to get under Orpin's skin. I don't think it's going to work, but you know what I mean? These are the sorts of things that Martin is always doing out there.
How much is that? Tower.
What just happened here?
Joe Chuen, big blind.
He just ripped like 30 blinds into his limp? Like,
This is a stuffing.
605. And I have 80 in, yeah? 80, yeah? That's correct.
this is confusing for Cabral. We don't know his whole cards. Didn't scan him yet.
Ace queen again?
Oh, he's in the neighborhood.
You don't know? Look, look. You can always look if you don't know. Fold. Show.
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 1,000 cash, I show.
1,000 cash? Tomorrow. 1,000 cash. Dollars or euros? Dollars or euros? Or once?
1,000 cash, I show.
I pay.
Joe Chuen asking for 1,000 cash from Martin to show his hand.
Do I need?
Ramos, by the way, part of such an incredibly accomplished contingent of Brazilian players out there. Yuri Zivalevsky, Andrea Kari, another one that comes to mind. Bruno Volkmann.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
What about Pedro Gargnani?
Yeah, he too.
So one's a coffee connoisseur, the other the tea connoisseur.
Don't forget tennis connoisseur as well for Volkmann.
That's right.
Time bank or not? Time bank, yeah?
Jack 8 under the gun. Ren
100.
activating.
This makes sense.
Time bank police.
Santos in the small blind in these spots,
Time bank, it must
or
be
the
very
big?
strong.
Believe they had a player
I'm
between
convinced that
them.
Mullen's been given like 22 time banks this tournament.
I mean, obviously Santos being the only guy who hasn't covered
I'm
this
convinced
is
that you were given like 22
worthy
time
of
banks.
thought. Believe Dvoris is between them.
Yeah, Santos is in
You
the
still
small
have
blind.
it.
Small blind tends to play tight, even with a big stack.
Yep.
Okay, please.
I like this awareness of the positions from Lin to find a spot
Play with
to
Lady
steal the
Gaga.
blinds.
Lady Gaga.
She
How
does.
do you wanna play? Normal or friendly?
Oh,
You can choose.
did we have a call
Normal
from
or
Cabral? I'm
friendly?
sorry.
Let's say before flop.
Good luck.
Huh? Good luck? Okay. I think it means normal.
Good luck.
So,
It's free.
indeed, Cabral did flat, flew under our radar given that his cards hadn't
No
been
good
scanned
for
yet
6-3, no
again.
good for Gaga.
A 6 deuce. Obviously, this is a sort of board that Ren is supposed to be able to rep.
Especially from under the gun where he's going to raise a lot of ace-x, suited or not. And this sprinkle here is designed to just kick out
Empty?
unpaired
Empty, yeah.
hands.
Empty. What is this bet? You wanna bet? Bet like normal. What is this? 300. I don't understand. 300. Santosh, what is this bet? Can you help me? Probably 6-3, yeah. You wanna buy cheap free? Please. After the hand, please, next time.
So Cabral with a couple of 9s here does call the 300k c-bet. And note that the floor came over and asked him to scan his cards here mid-pot. He pushed back a little bit and said after the hand next time. Supposed to be scanning it before the hand.
Yep. I think he's saying, tell me after the hand rather than I'll do it after the hand.
Of course, they've told him multiple times in between hands, and that hasn't worked. So I think now perhaps a little bit more of an aggressive position being taken by the staff.
I hear you. Whoa, look at this. Red Lin's got nothing. Cutting out chips. Trying to apply that bubble pressure.
900 into 1.9. Not a negligible size. And obviously Cabral just fresh off of a double. Doesn't want to say goodbye to these chips too quickly.
This looks like an impossible call, but would be correct.
It's a call that's begging for a river check.
Exactly. But I'm thinking if Renlin bets his turn, he's going to fire a lot of rivers. This is an amazing call from Cabral. But one more street to be played.
street, places an overcard to the 9s on the river, not one that rates to be of concern for Cabral.
I think the 10 doesn't change too much for Renlin. He thinks that once he got called, he is up against an ace, but he could ask for it all, and it'll be hard to call if you don't have a nice kicker to go along. He should believe that normally a hand like 9s and lower would be out on the turn, hence why he bet.
And there is a jam from Ren. Max pressure being applied. Stone money bubble, snap fold there from Martin. Think about all the spots in which he's taken time. In that one, he knew exactly what he was going to do. I thought it would be worth, given the opportunity that's presenting itself and the fact that he called flop and turn, maybe just looking up at Ren, engaging him in conversation as he tends to do, and trying to see if he could get any sort of tell.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Lines are 40, 80, 80. 4 players remaining in the Big Rap 2K PLO main event, playing for over €110,000 for the winner. What a day of exhilarating action it's been so far. Hope you're enjoying the show. Welcome if you're just joining. Flush for AI on the turn here. He's going to bet 225.
Maybe thought about going for a check raise there, but a bet is also
Welcome
good.
back, Rhino.
Thank you for having me.
Not gonna lie, I'm dealing with some form of indigestion there, trying to eat a full roast beef dinner on the break. So if I nod off at any point there, I'm gone to a better place. Now that I'm stuffed. A stuffed pig, a full hog. Not quite the gnocchi truffle beef strips, but you know, we take what we can around here.
Yes, unfortunately, I can't get the beef strips with truffle gnocchi at home.
Trying to not eat carbs on a daily basis is just a constant struggle. The difference when I have my diet in check, like streaming, is just night and day.
Like more energy.
Oh yeah, especially if I'm in keto. Like I haven't done that in a while now, I'm not gonna lie. It's been so bitterly cold here since Christmas. I hibernated a lot in January, so if I'm not exercising, I don't care about my diet, and they go hand in hand. So as soon as I'm exercising again, which I started last week, I noticed the difference straight away. I don't want to eat as much crap, and I had a dinner there, but I won't eat now again. Like so, yeah. The energy levels when I'm just eating fruit and meat, I think, are just it's so noticeable to me. Like it's like I'm talking to the stream, but they're not in my body. So the proof's in the pudding because you're not eating the pudding.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Pretty deep here, by the way, with 4 remaining. I know a lot of the chips are belonging to one player, but just having a look at the leaderboard before it's kicked off there. It's like still the guts of 250 bigs in play. Four-handed now, we're a lot shorter. I suppose Cali wants to be opening even more. The guts are still... What's a 10 million chips still?
Very small bet here. Such a dry texture. It's AI just gives it up. Could be potentially a hand to consider calling there, given how dry the board is and how small of a size he faces, but ends up making the right decision in the end.
Yeah, again, for reasons aforementioned, a player like Callie's caliber is liable to just keep barreling off. So maybe against a different opponent, he might want to see the turn, but it feels like he's going to be barreled off a significant portion of the time, and we still have ICM considerations, then he probably just thinks he can find a better spot.
Yeah, potentially.
Omar betting 300k here. MC going to see a turn with a lot of equity. Even more now. Picking up the nut flush draw.
Omar, will he decide to continue here? It's very aggressive. He doesn't have too much going on, just a pair of nines. No real blockers outside of that. But perhaps feeling like he can put a lot of pressure on, given both MC and AI have very similar chip stacks. Can put MC in a lot of difficult positions where he doesn't want to commit all of his chips. But that's not going to work out this time.
He's just going to call. Is there ever an argument for protecting your hand, or just because there's going to be a lot of bad rivers? That's not one of them, but in general, of just shoving for the 1.3 behind, or is that just too loose? Sorry, digesting here.
I think Omar, by the way, this is the second time he's...
wow, yeah, sneaky.
The second time he's done this where he's been very aggressive on the flop and turn. And gets there on the river, runner, two pair, and before that was runner flush against Calais trips. So again, aggression is the answer. You just can get lucky. That's what's so good about having a deep stack and being aggressive, is that you get to over-realize your equity because your opponent cannot really check raise you all that much. And as you asked before, I think you can't really go for a check raise there as MC. It just doesn't make any sense from an ICM perspective. Your hand also, whilst it does look somewhat good, it's not always going to be the best when you get it in. So it makes sense to just call there. I think well played from both players. Rap Anna in the chat asks how many left. Yes, we just have the 4 players left at the moment. And very deep stacks as well.
Oh, Lord Soro wants to know, was there cabbage, was there taters? There was cabbage yesterday, there was gravy, roast beef, there was a couple of croquettes, some 1 or 2 roast potatoes. I try not to eat too much carbs on the plate, but when I was sitting there, and just your average run-of-the-mill veg, there was a bit of cabbage, but the cabbage was all gone. I ate that yesterday. It was more of the leftovers today, to tell you the truth. But obviously I'm Irish. There's not many dinners in Ireland that don't contain spuds of some degree.
Yeah, that sounds a bit sacrilegious if you don't have a potato in your meal.
Yeah, well that's why I find myself bouncing in and out of keto sometimes. It's just like, why bother in a household with non-stop dinners containing carbs? But meanwhile, these two getting it all in, these scallywags. Caddy with the double suited aces against MC's king, queen, 7. It just hasn't really gone MC's way. Yes, he's got a good few page jumps at this FT, but he's been up against it. A couple of those dirty rivers have gone in the opposite way for him. And he could be at risk of extinction here. He only has 18% equity. Not ideal. Jack 9-7 is the flop. Well, he's still 70-30. Turns the 3 of diamonds. MC needs to get lucky on this river or he will be eliminated in 4th place. River is the biggest brick in the universe. The deuce of clubs. Ali now playing close to his 12 million again. We lose MC in 4th place and 3 players remaining now. Nice score for him. He will take home. They should make keto-friendly potatoes, yeah. Sure. Do you want to make them out of stones?
Surely someone in Ireland has thought of that already.
Yeah. 40,850 euro for his efforts, and that means all remaining players almost guaranteed 50 G's, baby. Pay jumps are huge now. Difference is between 50 to 75 almost, and then 75 to 110,500 euro for the winner. PLO Main Event Big Rap Champ, and all the glory that goes with it. Yeah, like there's keto-friendly potato chips, like crisps, as we call them in Ireland, and they are just, no. Just either eat crisps or don't. Give me this fake version of them.
In Australia, we call both crisps and like hot chips. We just call them both chips. There's no like differentiation in the way that you talk about them, basically. Which
and poker chips then as well. So you've got 3 versions of chips.
Yeah, exactly. People get very confused if they come from overseas, and yeah, you say chips and you're talking about crisps.
As long as they know what beer means, anyway. So AI has got another pay jump. Like he's so savvy. Granted, a few all-ins have gone his way, but like he was one of the shortest, wasn't he, when we first came in to the FT? He was definitely one of the last 3 anyway, and he's found himself now going all the way from 11k all the way up to 50. So well played by him. And he did have the balls to call it off there with his bottom set.
Yeah, it was certainly a big hand for his stack, and he's pretty much been like hovering around 20 to 30 big blinds this entire stream.
Yeah, that's my whole point here. He's just surviving. It's what he does. I see him do this at a lot of FTs as well. No Limit is what I was saying. He's a survivor, a battler, a scrappy underdog. He's hard to put the nail in the coffin. Does have the best of it here. He's got 20 bigs against 2 Swedes who are beasts that have loads of chips. So he's sandwiched in between the two.
Those for very small bets.
Yeah, blockerish type sizing / value bet.
Yeah, pretty much. Kelly here. Maybe thinking about doing something. But he's going to lay it down. He's going to give AI credit.
He could rep a queen there with a raise because I wouldn't expect AI to bet that small if he had a queen himself.
Yeah, certainly, but also depends on if AI believes Kelly there for having a queen, but it's certainly possible.
He's shown a propensity to call down light, so Callie's like, there's far better spots. I don't need to take every single one that's presented to me.
Yeah, 100%. I think as well on that board, given the dynamic and chips in play, I expect Calvi to bet a lot of his Queen X there. And is probably aware that if he does raise, he's kind of wrapping a very thin range, whereas there are a lot of other hands that he could bluff with.
Yeah, it's not like he's trying to protect his image. The jig is up. Although, Gali has been pretty aggro, but, I mean, we haven't seen him hit many of those dirty rivers like Omar just did.
No, Omar's certainly been backdooring some sick hands, but Kelly's been winning a lot of all-ins as well, I would say. Winning a lot of big pots. Yeah. It's getting very fortunate. I mean, you have to if you have such a huge stack. He's eliminated, I think, 4 players from this final table.
Omar's had to work for it more. He was short as well.
Yeah, Omar started the stream very short and made, I think, 2 very quick double ups, and since then he's been able to take some spots. He's had a bit more maneuverability, and I think also being to the left of Kelly has enabled that. Otherwise, I have a lot harder time gaining chips.
He's got his lucky shirt on as well, that'll help.
He's got some cool shirts in his wardrobe.
Yeah, he definitely is very stylish. Always a fun ambiance with songs playing in the background around this time on a Monday evening. Everyone trying to get that jackpot hit.
The other night we some guy started humming Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash, and about 15 minutes later there was about 3 of us or 4 of us singing it because it's just like stuck in our heads, And my opinion is that you should get the soundboard from your phone at the table, and every time you win a pot, just press the button and play Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash, just to tilt everyone else.
Plenty of ways of tilting your opponents, alright. Seems like you were having a lot of fun anyway at the table, Ryan, even if you were losing.
Oh, we're up for the trip. We're up a little bit. So all is good. Not too much though, unfortunately. But enough to be satisfied.
Any day you break even is a good day. So they say. So say all of us. Yeah, with a piece of it here. Top pair. Checks it back. Cali with aces. I missed that because I was looking at AI's hand. Need to pay attention, man. Cali checking again. AI checking again. Expect to see him maybe bet on that turn, but playing very cautiously.
We expected to see a check back here, but that's what's going to happen.
Checks again.
Got a lot of Omar fans in the YouTube chat. Shout out to Omar is the best, apparently.
Yeah.
According to the YouTube chat, which isn't a bad take.
YouTube chat give out to me sometimes. We don't have mods on there, you see, so I run a tight ship on Twitch instead. They know where to find me. Sometimes you get people tuning in and they're like, is this guy talking to himself? Like, no,
yes.
I'm not talking to myself. Yeah, I just do that for 12 hours for the crack of it.
Once you hit the 9-hour point, you just start hallucinating people talking to you.
Yeah, Omar, very highly regarded amongst his peers, etc.
Kelly checks back bottom two. Certainly makes some sense. And then AI is going to turn the straight. As Kelly turns the flush draw. Wow, is he a check here?
Wow. Cali surely has to delay C-bet here. Smallest sizing, 175. Perhaps he just checks the second time, Ryan, knowing that Cali is supposed to be, if he didn't bet the flop, he's going to delay C-bet a large percentage of the time, so it would make sense for him to check raise the turn.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's thinking, but he just goes for the sneaky call.
Just decides to call. Playing the player. There's the ace of hearts. The AI with the best of it. And now does he donk himself? No, he's going to try.
Kelly gonna
wouldn't
go
really
for
make too much sense if he fired himself on the river.
Yeah, and Kelly thinking about going for some thin value. Gotta face the bad news when AI goes for the check raise here. And this is what he was banking on. Either Kelly improving or him chucking in a bluff. Either way, he knows Kelly's going to be aggressive on the river in this kind of spot. And it's a smart play to slow play the turn.
Yeah, it's paying off from here. That looks so nutted to me. Like, raising to 925.
Wow.
Whoa. God damn it, man. I stand corrected again.
To be fair, pretty small price. It's a lot of money out there. Kelly has a pretty good calling hands with that 9 blocker.
Yeah.
Although the thing to consider is it really a spot that AI is going to take?
I would just think it would be more likely he'd be bluffing if he went for the lot there with the shove instead of giving his opponent such a great price. I know that's you can look at that both ways, but that's my 2 cents on the matter. I don't think he's going to be. It's either nuts or air, and it seems like it's going to be nutted more than air. And I would have liked for him maybe to think about it for a bit longer, but again, these guys are sickos. I'm not. Well, that's a big difference there for AI. He's now playing the guts of 50 bigs. With a full house. We'll try to get paid, but no dice.
Still very, very deep here as well. There's a lot of room for some skill expression from all the players here. Obviously, when you get very short, there's a lot of sort of you go with it or you don't. But at this stack depth, you can expect to see some moves. We've already seen quite a few from all 3 players here. I'd say certainly there've been 3 players who have played very, very well so far on this final 2 tables and also this final table.
Yeah, the fact that they are three-handed kind of negates how deep they are a bit, because you're posting blinds and antes every hand. Pretty much, apart from the button, obviously. I don't know how deep you have to be in Omaha, though. You could just end up getting 100 bigs in out of nowhere.
Yeah, we saw the spot with Calais. He doubled up. It's a huge spot.
Nedelku, yeah.
That's the way Omaha goes. Sometimes you just got to get it in.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, they're just not going to err on the side of caution. They're going to go the opposite way and go for the gambling route. I mean, it's in the, it's in the name in the game. Ball limit Omaha. It's what they go to school for, right?
What school are they going to learn ball limit Omaha?
They don't teach this stuff in school.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah. Kiddie game is down the street. Maybe you could go out and you can plug your course to them. It's all said and done. Charlie staying active.
I was thinking about this.
Doesn't have much else going from other than a straight draw and no spades in hand. Just forced to let it go.
You have to say that AI has certainly been, you know, capable of taking some more unorthodox lines, and you know, even there, it's a spot where a lot of players would very quickly fold, and it's probably not a bad decision, but I think it's a sign of a good thinking player. Of maybe they just think, is there something I can do here that I'm not thinking of straight away? You know, can I look for a cheeky check raise, maybe light float somewhere? Considering all the factors, and it's certainly what AI has been doing, especially with that call down with the bottom set as we saw before.
Yeah, well said, Ryan. That's what I was saying. He's very methodical. He really thinks things out. Can't give the man enough praise. Other players, whether they were going to call or fall with them fours, they probably wouldn't think about it for long enough. He really carefully broke down his decision-making process before committing the chips, and that's sometimes the difference between the men and the boys. So he's impressed me so far. I'm not an easy man to impress. He can really go for it though. Like he is significantly up against it. Now one double up and it's a different story, but his work is done to a certain degree. If he bows out in third, you know, he's done all he could so far.
Yeah, 100%. Although, doesn't strike me as the guy that would be happy with third.
No.
Although, would anyone be happy with third? Probably not.
No. Only happy if you win the title at this point. Until about 72 hours time, and it's like, well, you know, guess it wasn't all too bad.
So, Kelly go for the bets. AI doesn't really have much in terms of showdown value, but he does have that flush draw, and he does have the jacks. And he could maybe think about spicing it up here with the check raise.
2 straight blockers with the jacks as well, which is quite nice.
The problem is, of course, Kelly is going nowhere with his hands. Lays it down. Doesn't decide to pull the trigger.
Disciplined. Yeah, Kelly going nowhere with his hand there, no matter what AI done. Both of these Swedes look pretty young as well. I don't know what pretty young is these days, but like around 30.
Yeah, I think Kelly might be even younger, or maybe that's just the Swede genes.
Yeah, the Swede genes, yeah. They're actually really 45, approaching 50. There's so much young contingent these days, like that are in their mid-20s. So says me, who's speaking like I'm 104. What I love about poker is, though, like I'm a big UFC fan, and you're past your prime by about 35, or 35 to 40, and you could just start playing poker then, and there's no shelf life really. As long as you look after yourself and aren't falling asleep at the table, you can use your brain power till you're 80 if you want. As long as you're not having a cognitive decline. My whole point is you don't need your athletic body to sit at the table.
No, of course not.
There's some old bosses that I love seeing them at the table. I just a few familiar faces, and they could be 60, some of them nearly hitting 70, and when I see them at the table, and I'm like they do these funky things that I would never see a solver doing, or someone that's under the age of 40, 30 even, I don't know. It's great. They've got these little moves in their arsenal that you don't see from other players. They've other ways of extracting chips because they get away with these things because it's like, oh, well, the old man's hardly bluffing me here. But little do you know, 'cause we can see everything at home. Biagio, actually, a good example of that came second the other day in the Italian poker sport. That's when other people are like, well, they use the terms like it's never a bluff here, and people would be shocked if they could see the cards when they're sitting at the table. Of course, they can find out later. We've got all the replays on the King's Resort on YouTube. Head over there, give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Omar betting 275, flopping the joint. AI here with a decent amount of equity also, well perceived anyway. Two pair, he's no hearts in hand, will call. We'll see it turn is the ace of spades. Omar wasting no time in betting pot.
It's definitely a spot where you'd have to imagine as AI here facing the check raise. In the pot, your 2-pair's probably not good, and he does let it go.
Yeah,
I wonder if anyone in the chat has ever had a run-in with a drop bear, if they've been to Australia and they've had a run-in with a drop bear. Let me know. I'm curious to hear what happens.
A drop what?
A drop bear. You don't know what a drop bear is?
A drop bear.
Yep. It's exactly what you think it is. It's
a bear.
Yeah, it's a bear. They drop from the trees.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And they attack.
They sound dangerous.
Yes. Especially, tourists. They don't know how to handle drop bears. No, different from a koala, Kermo. There's koalas, but there's also drop bears. Koalas, they're pretty harmless. Like, koalas sleep for like 20 hours a day and can only eat eucalyptus leaves, except they can't digest them properly, so they have no energy.
Yeah, and you don't want to catch chlamydia off one of them. It's probably your biggest threat. So stay away from the koalas. Although they do look pretty cute, I don't know.
Yeah,
most animals that look cute are the complete opposite. Like, stay away. But as for a drop bear, I don't know. I like boxing. I don't know if I'd fancy my chances against anything that has the word bear in it.
Yeah, drop bears are similar to koalas, but yeah, they're just very whilst koalas are pretty passive and they just eat leaves. Drop bears are, carnivorous and, as I said, much more aggressive. So you got to watch out. If you ever come to Australia, be careful. If you're walking under a tree in the outback, there could be a drop bear there.
So they're very similar to a koala, but I'm not going to Google it.
Don't Google it. You'd be...
No. Okay.
Just take my word for it. Yeah, there are a lot of bats in Sydney, Kermo. There's bats in Melbourne as well, where I'm from. Lots of rats as well.
Bring a gun is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think the best move is to open carry through the airport. I'm sure no one will be alarmed at all. Customs, they'll just let you right through. They'll be like, I'm here to hunt drop bears in the back. No problem, bro. Come on through. Actually,
I'm not letting anything drop on me if I'm in the outback. That's it. That's my final answer.
Yeah. Actually, kangaroos are considered a pest in Australia. And you're allowed to hunt them, and the government will pay you. I'm not joking. I wonder, what do you think about this? Do you think there are more people in Australia, or do you think there are more kangaroos?
You asking me or the chat?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah, and the chat.
I heard there is shitloads of kangaroos in the outback, but further out, like the actual outback, the outback of the outback, that it could exceed people. But maybe they have since got rid of the population for fear of the takeover.
Yeah, we're not having the emu war. It's not going to be a kangaroo war, but there used to be something called the emu war. I don't know too much about it, but basically I think there was a similar situation where there was an overpopulation of emus, and they were a huge nuisance, and it was labelled the Emu War. This is back sort of, you know, early 1900s. So
I'm
what's
loving
your
some of these convos today.
what's your answer? Do you think more kangaroos or people? I can tell you how many people there are in Australia roughly, and maybe that will help if you
Yeah.
want a clue. So I think
Okay.
there's maybe like something like 25 million people in Australia, give or take.
Oh. About the size of London. No, I don't think London's 25. I think it's 12 or something. I think there's more. I think there was more kangaroos than people. I don't know about now. So I guess I'm giving a long-winded two-version answer because I think they would have realised the severity of the problem, got rid of a lot of the kangaroos. But I think back in the day there probably was more people than kangaroos, or kangaroos than people.
I'll let the chat have a bit more of a think. So yeah, we've got a bit of a big pop brewing. Kelly in position, making a call, and in fact, he bricks the river, but he actually has the best hand here because Omar's going to brick as well. Kelly, it doesn't have much showdown value. He's going to check. And deuces will win.
That's not something you see every day.
Not in PLO, not given that action. So,
wow.
There are, in fact, more kangaroos than people. Last time I checked, it was around about 50 million, maybe more, maybe less, kangaroos. So, you can see why they're like such a big pest. And there's not really much you can do about it because it's not really it's not a predator for kangaroos, which is why they're so out of control. And the last thing the government should do is try to bring in some kind of predator, because when we bought the cane toad in from the US, it didn't go so well for us.
I'd be worried about these kangaroo communes. They could be learning at a rapid rate and they could be trying to overthrow the Australian government.
Given...
Call me crazy.
You know what? It's probably not so much of a crackpot theory as you think it is. You know, imagine if all the kangaroos like rose up. Like, what would we do? There's like 50 million of them. And we have no guns, and kangaroos are strong. Like, have you ever seen videos of like people like fighting kangaroos? Like,
yeah, I've seen a guy, like, if you punch them hard enough in the face, they will go away. But you've got to get close enough to them first, and then you're risking getting attacked yourself. And if they maul you, they're going to do severe damage.
yeah. Their legs, the kick is so powerful. Cameron says his friends crashed a car in the outback because of kangaroos and ended up crashing into a tree. Yeah, it's pretty common for kangaroos to just jump out and just, I don't know, like, they can go through the windshield as well, and there's people that have died basically because, like, they're traveling pretty fast, you know, country Australia. There's nothing out there, so you're going fast and kangaroo just comes through your windshield. Flamingo, I'm from Melbourne, so not outback Australia, but you don't have to go too far to see some kangaroos.
Yeah, what if they start, like, I don't know, playing poker or something?
Yeah, we just do like the dog portrait, but with kangaroos.
I'm telling you, like, I would be, like, if, you know how much, we're outnumbered like 10 rats to every human on this planet, something crazy like that. Like,
Wow.
And they've started being immune to diseases in New York. Like they've learned how to defend against poison, all this kind of crack. And we're so ignorant to think that we're like the only civilization that ever existed. Like, think about the animals before dinosaurs came along or afterwards, like trying to manage populations, like the problems they have with like wild hogs in Texas, all this kind of crack. Wolves, we need to get rid of loads of wolves because they are destroying like 90% of elk and deer along America and Canada. And then people are like, well, that would be so inhumane because wolves are so cool. Population densities have to be maintained and regulated. You can't just let any species roam wild, especially like the way we let humans do it.
Yeah, well, I think we've got an all in here as well.
Yeah.
Kelly, 4 bets.
Kangaroos. The Joeys are back in action. There's 4 million in the middle. It looks like AI has King 4-4 and Kelly with a very strong hand. Ace King Jack 10 does have 3 hearts in his hand though. It's a 60-40 in AI's favour to double up to 5 million. This is actually a big moment for AI. He's been scrapping for a while. This would be a huge double up. He'd be playing well over 50 bigs, 60 something bigs. I just can't bet against Cali. Like, if I had to put my money on anyone here.
The man has been running pretty pure in all-ins.
AI's just done everything he can. It's out of his control. It's up to the universe now.
Whoa.
Jack 9-8 is the flop. Yikes. Not the greatest of starts for AI. Turn is a 9.
It's not bad.
It's a pretty good turn card. The river is the ace of spades. Nasty. Nasty river sends AI packing in 3rd place. Great to commentate on his hands once more. The 2 Swedes high-five each other. And they will be going heads up for this title. Third place will take home almost 50 grand for his efforts. GG, sir, and look at what we're faced with. Cali with 206 bigs, Omar with 64. 3/4 of the chips in play for Cali. Surprise, surprise, the Swedes rising to the top once again.
Does appear they're not going to make a deal either by the sounds of it. Which means...
I wouldn't think so. Yeah. How many kangaroos would it take to take down these 2 Swedes, I wonder?
More kangaroos than exist, I think.
Well, Ryan, I have to say, you've surpassed all expectations. You came on here, I was like, going to learn a good bit about PLO here today, and you have far exceeded that now with all your quirky anecdotes and interesting questions, etc. Excellent.
Thank you, thank you. It's been a pleasure to be on. I hope I've taught the chat more about, and yourself, more about Australia than poker.
Yeah, and we're trying our best not to turn it into a therapy session at one point, but yeah, we've done good to get this far. I hope your broken rib is healing up nicely. You never said what happened. Like, I just said, oh, it was a snowboarding accident. But now you are talking about getting with gang violence with all these kangaroos.
Yeah, maybe I was carrying a pre-existing injury from the kangaroo fight. You know, like you know how like you have like cockfighting.
Yeah.
Yep, we don't have that in Australia for kangaroos.
Okay. You could put them in their own Ultimate Kangaroo Championship.
The Ultimate
UKSD.
Kangaroo Championship.
Yeah, make them fight against each other. They are one of, I was only talking about this a few weeks ago though, they are one of the species I would be worried about rising up. I'm not messing.
I think they are gonna flip for it.
Oh. Whoa. What the hell?
What? So sick.
I didn't think they were allowed to do this.
Wow.
Alright guys, you've heard it here first. There's 10 million in the pot. All our kangaroo chatter. Need to hop back to this one. They're getting it in. They ain't messing around. Does he just want to give him a chance to get back in so they can play an even Stevens heads-up match? Or what's going on here?
I think they're just gonna flip it out.
Jack, hey. Flip, flop. Omar, 80% double up. Ernest, 7 the clubs. Time to Anger says they made a deal. Yeah, I know, but even if they made a deal, you had a 4-1 chip lead. And the chance to get back all in here. Double up. They're nearly even in chips now.
Yeah, they might have made a deal. I mean, I definitely heard them say no deal to the floor, but perhaps they've just
25 grand in the difference. Oh, even more, 35 almost. So I'd say he met him somewhere in the middle. There's some form of negotiation. I don't know what happens now. Are we being deprived of a lengthy Omaha heads-up battle with two sickos? But let's see what happens.
It does look like they're going to go for it again. Omar's standing up. This is so sick. If they haven't split it.
Like they're playing chess. Pawn to e4. It's all in again, boys. Potta, potta, potta. 20,420,000 in this one. I guess they didn't care about the title that much after all, right?
Oh wow, that's ace king, king 9.
Wow, for mystery. Not bad for mystery cards. Queen 884. He's live. I guess you're always live in Omaha.
Ooh.
754 is the flop. Omar now 43% equity. And is the 9 of spades.
Ooh.
River is the 4. Oh my god. So sick.
It's a long way back for Calais now.
Yeah, it's like a 20-1 chip advantage here. Not something I'm used to saying. A heads-up battle. Both very, very worthy champions, it has to be said. If I was you now, Ryan, if you were fancying a drink or two, I'd go find these guys at the bar. If they're still in the building.
I think they'll be certainly having a few drinks. These two, I saw them walking around last night, having a couple bevies.
They're not hard to find. $255 bigs playing 14. Swings and roundabouts. All in and call. Great. 50. These two fades. There is a queen. That's going to do it. Omar El-Jack is your champion. It's the first time you've heard me say that on stream. I want to give a massive thanks to Ryan one last time for joining us today. Really enjoyed your company and your co-commentating PLO knowledge. Thanks for joining us. I wish you the best on the rest of your travels. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Thanks to all the moderators. Be sure to check us out on all the usual social media platforms. We're back next weekend. We'll be back next Sunday for German Poker Days. Just one day next weekend for myself. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.